it's gonna be a lovely day.
Feel to be done, so let's do it a little by a little. Rise from your sleepless slumber. Yes, 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 yes. We're more than sand and the seashore. We're more than numbers. All together now. Wake up and live. Wake up and live now. You see one cocoa full of basket. Already you still live big today. Tomorrow you're buried in a casket. One cocoa full of basket. Yeah, yes. Already you still live big today. Tomorrow you're buried in a casket. Walk together now. Wake up and live, yeah. Wake up and live. Keep on playing. Yeah, yeah. Break it down. Come on, man. How's the feeling over there? Yeah, 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 yeah. Come on, man. You gotta wake up and live. Life is one big road with lots of signs. Yes. So when you're riding through the ruts, don't you complicate your mind. Flee from hate, mischief and jealousy. Don't bury your dog, put your dream to reality. Yeah. All together now. Wake up and live. Yeah.
They can't keep a good man down. Always keep a smile when they want me to frown. Keep the vibes and I stood my ground. They will never ever take my crown. Oh, Jah bless, I say no man curse. Things getting better when they thought it would be worse. Here comes the officers asking for a search. They found no weapon, just only a draw first. But I'm so solid as a rock, they just can't stop me now. Even when they set their traps, they just can't stop me now. People will say this and that, they just can't stop me now. Even when they set up roadblocks, they just can't stop me now. When they come with their evil assault, I just listen whenever they talk. I used to light into my dark. He cut and clear all my fault. They fight me without a cause, trying to make my life so hard. The King of Kings and the Lord of Lords, give it all reward. I'm so solid as a rock, they just can't stop me now. Even when they set their traps, they just can't stop me now. People will say this and that, they just can't stop me now. Even when they set up roadblocks, they just can't stop me now. So down to mix me up in your dirty game. You're only trying to tarnish my name. You're only looking for the innocent to blame, when you're the ones who wish the guns down the lane. You only cause destruction and the pain, but the righteous believes in the rain. Love is all I got to give and I'm not to shine. Looking for the future, the Slayer can't tame. Cause I'm so solid as a rock and they just can't stop me now. Even when they send their traps, they just can't stop me now. People will say this and that, they just can't stop me now. Even when they set up roadblocks, they just can't stop me now. So they can't keep a good man down. Always keep a smile when they want me to frown. Keep the vibes and they stood my ground. They will never ever take my crown. Who's a bless? I say no man curse. Things getting better when they thought it would be worse. Here comes the officers asking for a search. They found no weapon, just only a dropper. Solid as a rock, they just can't stop me now.
We can make a change. We can make a change. Come together. Whoa, yeah. If we don't change up the valleys and rearrange the system, we're always gonna be, the victim. If we don't change up the valleys and rearrange the system, we're always gonna be, the victim. My heavens declare Rastafari glory. Haile Selassie manifests his life. Now I shall tell of my story, 'cause this story has been lies, yeah. Contradicting themselves in every illustration, and they make believe in a world of confusion. Now I just see that they are not real, 'cause the truths have been revealed. And if we don't change up the valleys and rearrange the system,
my way over. Wandering I am lost as I travel along wide cliffs of Dover. Many rivers to cross, and it's only my will that keeps me alive.
to people. Solidarity. Solidarity. Oh. Everybody wants the same thing, don't they? Everybody wants a happy end. They wanna see the game on Saturday. They wanna be somebody's friend. Everybody wanna work for a living. Everybody want their children warm. Everybody wants to be forgiven. They want a shelter from the storm. Look at me, I hate the enemy. We walk on common ground. We don't need to fight each other. What we need, solidarity. Oh, solidarity. Solidarity. Oh, yeah. Solidarity. Nobody likes to ask for money. Nobody likes to play the clown. Nobody likes to wait in a long line. Nobody likes being pushed around. Everybody wants a family protected. They want to express themselves. Everybody wants to live forever. Look at me, I ain't your enemy. Don't believe everything you hear. This is no time to fight each other. What we need. Solidarity. Solidarity. Oh, solidarity. Solidarity. Oh, yeah. Solidarity. Solidarity. Solidarity.
Good morning and welcome to the Morning Connection. We are happy to be outdoors. It is Thursday and we are here live at the Ligony Club in Kingston, Jamaica. Back at the studio, Best 100 FM. Lloydie is running things all on his own. But we're happy to be with you this morning. Welcome, welcome, welcome to those who have joined us on air and those of you who have joined us online. We bid you a happy, happy Thursday. It's free-flowing Thursday with Minett and Percy on the Morning Connection. Good morning to the producer who has his hands full this morning with some new challenges, it looks like. But, Percival, how are you, my brother?
I am good.
That's all?
I am great. I'm awesome. I'm grateful to be alive. I'm thankful for the things that my Father continues to do for me. And I'm rejoicing. And I'm reflecting. I've been reflective for the last month or so because, you know, on Friday we celebrated Rosh Hashanah, and we're in the 7 days of awe, leading up to Yom Kippur. And in this new year, because it's a new year, 5784, according to the Jewish calendar, those are the days that you throw out everything and you plan for the future. So I'm very expectant in terms of what God is doing. And so I rejoice in the fact that in this time, I can say, okay, made mistakes, but I can move forward. I can reflect on what I didn't do, what I need to do. And then on Yom Kippur, the Day of Atonement, Jesus paid it all for me. So I'm glad. I'm so glad. Hey.
So the 7 days of awe.
Yes.
That caught my attention.
The 7 days of
7
awe.
days of awe. Meant to be what? A celebration of
Yes,
the awesomeness of God.
7 days of awe. God's goodness.
Those awe-inspiring
and God's graciousness
activities, yes.
towards myself and my family. 4 days.
Counting today.
Yes.
All right. Well, it sounds like the rest of us need to get in on the 7 days of awe.
Yes, man.
If we can even catch half of it.
Catch half of
would
it
be good.
and celebrate it and make declarations over your plans. You bring them to the Lord and you say, Lord, does this align with what you are thinking?
So here now we would be reflecting not just on the awesomeness of days of old,
No.
the
But the awesomeness of what God is going to
what is
do.
happening now. But have you noticed? I'm just going to ask you this because a parting of the Red Sea,
Yes.
that is like a pretty awesome
Crossing
event.
up the Jordan.
Yes, the
When
water.
you step it, you step. Remember, you must go and step in.
What do we have that is comparable in today's experience?
You mean God
there's
responding to our declarations and
there's-
decrees?
And there's a reason I'm asking. I ask it because I think some of us have the idea that the mighty things that God did in days of old,
He can't do
the
it
ones
again.
that made that not he can't. He's not doing it again. He's for some, which could mean either he doesn't have the same interest in our well-being. And I must confess that when I first started reading about this chosen people and special tribe, I'm like, okay, so you kept your best for your chosen people.
Yes. Mm-hmm.
And because it's written off in a time long ago, in a place where I've never been, and it's not being written about my place of habitation, I say, all right, perhaps that was for them and not for me.
Okay.
And I believe that there are persons who still struggle with that. The idea that God is a distant, far away entity, being, and what's happening here and now is not being influenced by the awesome power that you are celebrating in your 7 days. I feel that is certainly one of the deceptions of modern day philosophy, and it's something that we need to push against because in the same way that he moved situations in a powerful, invisible manner in days of old, that same power. In fact, not just that same power, but those of us who participate in that power have the same abilities
No,
today.
but you know that what I've been saying. Is
What have
days
you
of
been
old,
saying?
one of the scriptures that's been kind of guiding me and
Yes.
been piquing my attention is Daniel 11:32, the second half of the verse, when he was talking about reflecting on the man of sin and what he was doing and what he was seeking to do. And then like an angel came and tapped him on the shoulder and said to him, but those who know their God, the emphasis is know their God.
Yes.
Yada their God, going back to the Hebrew, will be strong. So the knowledge of God gives you strength to act and do exploit. So I'm believing God. Remember, I shared with you, if I be a man of God, that one still have me, not leading me go. It's not letting me go like that. If I be a man of God, let fire come down from heaven.
So do you have a praise report for us, man of God?
In terms of I be a man of God?
It's the things that are shifting under your pressure as a man of God.
Well, I'm getting a sense of a transition in terms of a lot of stuff, my own life and situation, transition in terms of family and just
Also,
waiting.
the clarity that you were seeking is emerging.
It's becoming very, very, very clear. But even as we're here today, I want to this morning, where's that? Yes.
While you're doing that, good morning, Mr. Earl Brown. Thank you for the entertaining and informative videos. Earl, don't sleep, I feel Earl. I think Earl lives in 3 time zones. He's
You
awake.
think he lives in 3 time zones?
Yeah, man, he's awake for people in different parts of the world. So you're thinking that you and him on the same level. I know that I'm not on the same level. There are some persons who remain connected, I tell you.
Okay.
Yeah. So Earl been feeding us with useful information on some of the happenings in Canada. And
Yeah, but what her
that
share with
are
us is
the
very
same as what's happening elsewhere.
Yeah, but
Yeah.
but what we've discovered, and we say it all the time, nothing new under the sun. The
True,
heart
yeah,
of man
yeah.
continues to be as he is.
As he is today, so he was in the beginning.
So we're not surprised. That is why the principles of the word stand supreme. And what God has revealed in terms of the actions of mankind in the past, he said, you're going to get the same thing. And the only thing that is constant in all of it. And in his constancy, he says to us, this thing, do not remove the ancient landmarks.
Boundaries, landmarks.
Don't do that. Don't do that. Don't do that, he says to us. And when you have ancient landmarks that have been set up, you think they are there for a reason? Boundaries? You think that injunction to say don't play around with.
But you know that it literally it was about land and stealing land. Because land was wealth.
So don't remove the ancient.
Don't remove the ancient boundary stones or the landmarks which said whose line this is. So it's always so when you set it on land, it is defining territory.
I was reflecting
today in the spiritual sense. Is that where you were going?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Remove not the
it speaks
ancient
to-
landmark boundaries in terms of what has been set by the fathers.
Right.
So it was speaking about the physical boundaries that the fathers had agreed to.
Yeah.
But I want to stretch it a little bit.
And you remember that land was divided by lots in
Yes.
accordance with the will of God.
Right.
So carry on, sir. I get the history.
So if in the setting of boundaries, because you have boundaries with land, but you have boundaries in terms of how we must be in terms of our relationships with each other. And the fathers saw it fit to say, you must be thief. Say, yes, do those things, because you're going to create other problems. So if we believe that there are not boundaries that have been set by our fathers in terms of our human relationships with each other, and we float them and do what we want, I said, sure, man, that is not for me. That is for somebody else. What do you think will happen?
Retribution, condemnation. Anyway, the
Condemnation.
man who set the boundaries will deal with you.
Yeah.
But basically, that is
Yeah,
really
because
how it
God has
goes.
set boundaries in terms of our human relationships.
Yeah.
And even today, in terms of I've started to pray, I says, Lord, you know you have set up your throne that is based on righteousness and justice, and you say mercy and truth. Those are ways, principles that you want us to operate it righteously, do things justly. Micah 6:8 says, there are three things. He has shown me, O man, what is good and what the Lord requires of thee, but to do justly, to love mercy, and to walk humbly with God. Which means you must fear God. You must hold God in high esteem, in awe of who he is. And when you do those things, it will affect your behavior, how you relate to people.
I have some good news for you.
What is that?
Earl Brown is offering us tickets to Israel, including your wife.
Are you kidding me?
Earl, please give Percy an answer.
No, I'm serious.
No, Earl says, Minett Lawrence, Pastor Palmer, and Mr. Lawrence, you two, the time has come for all three of you, including Pastor's wife, to visit Israel, land of Jesus' birth.
Send us that.
I say, send us the airline tickets.
Oh,
No, you're right. He's
I
right.
thought he was saying
A visit
when I
to
said
the Holy
send-
Land.
When he said send us, I thought it was him
thought
saying
he
send
was
us, send the information that I can pay for the tickets.
Yes. Yeah. Earl, we gladly accept.
Yes, yeah,
We
but
gladly accept. But sorry, you.
But the
were going on.
the boundaries are important that God has set in terms of how we relate to each other, how we do our governance.
Yeah.
And when we remove it and say, well, this is not important anymore.
You do know, and it's worth repeating those boundaries that you speak of, the ones that are anchored in laws which are set and which operate with such independence and inflexibility, meaning when you consider that the universe or the created world, what God has created, is in him.
Yes.
And he is wrapped up in it.
Yes.
He is the world. And many of us say that, you know, he is our world. That's what he is for us. Those boundaries cannot be moved. It's not a matter of you can trick it or you can, those boundaries cannot be moved. This is when, you know, Christ in the vision with the Apostle Paul when he was Saul, said to him, why do you kick against the pricks? Why are you kicking against something which you cannot defeat, subdue, overcome, and ultimately you only hurt yourself? So there are a lot of us who are beating our heads against the laws, that the set laws of God. We are defying the principle of honor.
Yes.
We are thumbing our nose
Justice.
at covenant relationships.
Yes.
We move counter to what the justice of God demands.
Yes.
And I'm just emphasizing this morning that it is an act of futility. This is really what is meant when Saul was asked, why do you kick against the goads or the pricks? The only one who gets hurt in that exercise is you.
Yeah, because
So I just wanted to make a distinction between those boundaries, which are a part and parcel of the stability or the unchanging nature of God.
all right.
It's the anchor of our faith.
Come on.
I can go to my bed confident that God is a just God.
Come on.
No matter how things look today, no matter how I feel about the pressures that I'm under, I know that in the end, the eventual outcome of things will see me standing tall if I remain faithful, because he's faithful. I don't have to be in a debate about whether God will honor his word, because the principle of honor is one that he has set. He binds himself by it. It is him.
Wonderful.
And that's just something that I'm putting into the mix of the conversation, because when the proverb tells you and the prophecies say, do not move the ancient landmarks, it's much more about the things which God commanded man to put in place, which man can, in disobedience or in obedience, honor or disregard. But it is set there, kind of like the tree of good and evil, or the tree of knowledge. The fruit is there in plain view. You walk past it every day, and you always have a choice whether you are going to eat of it or honor the commandment that says, don't touch that. Now, Earl Brown, Earl, we must meet one day. Earl says, kicking a rock will only break the foot.
Yeah. The goes him call it.
He said, kicking a rock will only break the foot. That's the whole point of it. And we must know it. We have to develop the discernment to recognize when we are kicking against. And sometimes we're even praying about things, and we are in error because we are praying against one of those principles. So you know that prayer will never ever bring you the result that you desire. And you become frustrated and broke your foot because you are actually kicking against one of the ancient boundary landmarks. You're kicking against it. You will only hurt yourself. I'm saying that even as before we take our 7 o'clock break, I saw the timekeeper gave a look. We do want to say happy birthday to our Director of Public Prosecutions.
Oh, you want to say happy birthday?
Yes, I'm acknowledging her birthday, and on behalf of our listeners and the nation, in as much as I can speak for my nation, we do wish her a very prosperous season. Birthdays come around. I, for one, was never very joyful on birthdays. For some reason, birthdays took on this aura of deep reflection and planning. I kept thinking, oh my, have I accomplished what I wanted to? It became a time not for celebration, but for it's like an exam, and you're marking the paper now.
To say, what have I done?
Grading yourself. You know, did I earn my stripes this year? But you know, there's the latter rain, and let us very seriously wish for a woman who has, for 15 years or so, has been at the top of the administration of justice in the area that she has domain, prosecuting. She's done work, and she's come into a season of great trial and scrutiny. I hope that as she celebrates her birthday today, she will gain clarity, and the Lord will give her the grace to exit this season and enter a new season with joy and with great hopefulness. Time for the 7 o'clock break.
You're simply the best, better than all the rest, better than anyone I ever met. You're simply the best.
Bess FM 100 on your dial. Keep listening.
Heat stress is defined by the United Nations International Children's Emergency Fund UNICEF as a situation in which the body is unable to expel excess heat, adding stress to the body and increasing the risk of heat-related illnesses and difficulties responding to existing vulnerabilities. They report that 1 in 4 children globally are exposed to frequent heat waves. In an effort to mitigate against the rising temperatures affecting students and staff, the Ministry of Education and Youth recently issued a number of recommendations and directives for schools. We explore a few of them on today's program. Stay tuned.
As everyone knows, we are all experiencing global warming. Some person call it global boiling. Across the world, without exception, all countries are reporting this. And, we are not spared here in Jamaica.
Minister of Education and Youth Percival Williams. In light of the recent rise in temperatures and the beginning of a new school year, it is crucial that school administrators establish and maintain a safe and comfortable learning environment for children and staff during this time of rising heat. Therefore, they are encouraged to develop guidelines for outdoor activities and sports during the hot weather. These may include rescheduling physical education classes and outdoor events to cooler times of day, or eliminating the need for students to stand in the sun for long periods of time, such as during General Assembly. Students and staff should also have access to shaded areas where possible. Next, hydration is key. Making sure that students and staff have access to clean and safe drinking water must be a top priority for school administrators.
Hydrate, hydrate, hydrate. We have to look at all the mitigating factors, but hydration is key for students and teachers in this setting in which we are.
It is advised that administrators check water storage facilities regularly and increase water stocks at the canteens and tuck shops. They should also stress to students the importance of staying hydrated and implement regular hydration breaks. In addition, parents can play their part by providing their children with reusable water bottles or coolers so that they can stay hydrated throughout the day. Does your school currently have a clear protocol for responding to heat-related emergencies? If not, the Ministry of Education, in collaboration with the Ministry of Health and Wellness, will organize empowerment sessions to assist institutions to do so. Meanwhile, the ministry recommends that schools train teachers and other staff members to recognize and treat the symptoms of heat-related illnesses such as heat exhaustion and heat stroke. A few of the common symptoms to look out for are dizziness, lightheadedness, muscle pain, cramps, nausea, confusion, heavy sweating, sunburn, and weakness. Also, schools should promote sun safety education and protection by reminding students and staff to use sunscreen, hats, and umbrellas and similar items, especially as students travel to and from school. While visiting the Hope Valley Experimental School in Kingston on September 4, Minister Williams highlighted that because of the way many schools are constructed, ventilation is often inadequate. As such, administrators are encouraged to take steps to mitigate the heat in classrooms.
Unfortunately, over the decades, the way our schools have been built, the ventilation is not as great as it should be. Open windows, open doors so that you get a flow of air. Plant more trees so that schools can get more shade. Install fans in the meantime.
Schools are also encouraged to collaborate with regional building officers to improve heat resilience infrastructure, such as the construction of covered areas, awnings, and the planting of shade trees. Schools are further advised to consider using traditional and creative measures to keep out direct sunlight where necessary. That's it for this feature. Thanks so much for tuning in, and we invite you to log on to jis.gov.jm for this and other interesting news and features. On behalf of studio engineer Andre Sawyers, I'm Jada Francis. Walk good.
A production of the Jamaica Information Service, the voice of Jamaica.
Are you in search of genuine shocks, power steering pumps, engine mount, fender liners, strut mount, front end parts, engine parts, electrical switches, sensors, and so much more for your Honda Ridgeline vehicle? Well, look no further. Contact Mormac Auto Parts at 326-7371 or 821-5232. Remember, Mormac Auto Parts, your Honda Ridgeline new parts dealer. We're located in Kingston. Call us at 326-7371 or 821-5232 for more details.
Having trouble getting parts for your Mazda? Maljam Auto Parts is your solution. Find Maljam at the new and convenient location off Upper Waltham Park Road at 9 Kingswood Avenue. Maljam Auto Parts, with over 25 years experience, providing all Mazda parts, new and used. Call 923-4389 and 461-1786. Maljam Auto Parts, serving your Mazda needs.
For a better choice in all your electrical supplies, A, authorized 3M dealer and better brand names. B, better service including free island-wide delivery. C, all major credit and debit cards accepted. It's ABC Electrical Sales. Shop number 8, Hagley Park Plaza, Kingston 10. Open Monday to Friday, 8 a.m. to 5 p.m. Saturday, 8 a.m. to 4 p.m. We make your electrical jobs as easy as ABC. Call 754-3825-8 or fax 754-3659. ABC Electrical Sales, for a better choice.
That no sound healthy at all. Get healthy, my friends. Stay balanced. Tune into this station, Bess FM 100, every Saturday morning, 8 o'clock to 9, for this wonderful program, Your Health Today, with me, Dr. Clarion Palmer. Yes, get healthy, get healthy, get healthy. Stay balanced. Bess FM 100, Saturday morning, 8 o'clock, with me, Dr. P. Get healthy.
Half a tree. 100, 200. Ready, mama? Ready. Is this the confusion you feel when trying to work your way through medical systems in Jamaica? Try a dose of Ask Dr. Mary every Thursday at 5 to 6 p.m. Let Dr. Mary help you understand your medical problems and bring you to a calmer place.
Live, camera, volume. Live it up Fridays on Bess 100 FM. 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. with I, Ibi Lion, each and every Friday. Giving you the better vibes, heard everywhere.
Things that watch me fly on Jamaica.
Bess 100 FM presents the Mature and Moving Up Show with Lascelles Butch Chen on Thursdays from 6 to 9 p.m. Welcome to this pioneering radio program on our continuing worth in our maturing years, compellingly defined to educate and liberate the younger generation. Tune in and welcome.
Nothing is Impossible for God is a deliverance ministry dedicated to the preaching of the gospel and the healing of the sick. Aired on Bess 100 FM, Sundays at 12:30 to 1 with Reverend Neville Otten Pastor. Your life will never be the same. Pray for the prayers and receive God's deliverance ministry. This program is sponsored by PJ Distributor at the corner of Main Street, Santa Cruz and Market Street. For prayer, call 828-4413. Luke 1:37, Jeremiah 32:17 said, nothing is impossible for God. God bless you, my friends.
Goodness mercy, it's me again, Lord. Your restorer, your game changer. Join me every Saturday morning at 9 a.m. to 10 a.m. and Best FM 100. It's Apostle Clive Campbell, a.k.a. the Khaki Suit Man, coming to you from 8 to 12 Orange Street, also Richmond District, Mandeville. Embrace the change.
Best 100 FM is the authentic voice of Jamaica, promoting your prosperity with better vibes and better music. Let us promote your goods and services for you. Advertise with us. For more information, call our office at 876-276-8935. That's 276-8935.
The Morning Connection is not your usual talk show. We aim to stimulate discussion and chart new paths to self-empowerment. So please join us, Minett and Percy, on The Morning Connection, Mondays to Thursdays, 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. on Best 100 FM.
It's good, it's better, but nothing beats Best FM.
Welcome back. 7:14 a.m. on Thursday morning. This is Free Flowing Thursday. And as usual, we are at the Ligony Club enjoying the beautiful outdoors. And it requires me to say thank you to our hosts here, our Ligony Club family. It has been a generous, would you say, Percy? A
Yes.
generous host, allowing us to use the gardens on Thursday morning. And just to tell you a little bit about them, it is a private members club, one of the oldest, I have no doubt, in the region, certainly the largest single sporting facility. We have 6 squash courts, 3 of them are competition ready, glass-backed courts where, you know, you can
This is where they
enjoy
do the
watching
competition,
game.
right?
That's where we do our premier squash competitions for the region as well as national. competitions. We have 8 tennis courts,
Mhm.
including a practice wall, which we're looking at it right now. There's no one out this morning. What happened?
Yeah, man, some
Usual
people
food.
are out there.
Yes?
I see some
Oh,
around
you
the
can
corner.
see them? All right.
On the corner.
Um,
No, wiffle, it's
walking
wiffle ball, you
trails.
call
Please
it.
do not say wiffle ball.
You know, wiffle ball
I
is
know.
a sport. It is.
Yes,
when
but it's not wiffle.
What is it
That-
called?
What is the new
Pickleball, yeah.
Yes, pickleball.
Wiffle
Yes,
ball
they
is
have
when
started
we usually
pickleball.
play. You had a light ball with a very light plastic baseball, so you play wiffle ball as a precursor to playing real baseball. There's wiffle ball.
Is that black people baseball?
No, no.
Anyway, please let me finish paying honor to our host. We're going to inquire into whistle ball a little more closely. Okay, huge family-sized swimming pool, more than family-sized. Person said 1 step down from the Olympic-sized pool, and he should know he's an international man of sports.
Yeah.
What else do we offer? Full service gymnasium, complete with the different workout rooms, your cardio room, your weights room, and your for floor exercises.
Mhm.
Yes, I'm particularly proud of what we've done with the gym. And we do have hotel rooms. Small number, under 50. I think it's about 37 or 8 hotel rooms. So if you are in the area for business, or if you have family in town and you need a place to call home, the Ligony Club is what I recommend for you. The staff courteous and friendly, and the members might not pay you too much mind, but generally the members are okay.
No,
what
they're
else can we say
yeah.
about the club? So that's the club.
And the food
Where we
now.
are located
Let's go for the food.
Yes, we are up. We're seated in a part of the dining pavilion. JD's Urban Pub.
Mhm.
This is your place for local cuisine with the usual international fare. You know, fusion cuisine has been the order of the day now for decades.
Mhm.
Jamaica is a multicultural society. We have Indians, we have Chinese, we have Syrians, and of course, we are predominantly an African nation, predominantly Afrocentric. So all of that going to the food. We might overcook a few things, but basically,
Overcook?
yeah, man, sometimes we punish the meat.
Oh my Lord.
Exactly. When I was a child, for example, there were some things I didn't eat. I couldn't swallow saltfish.
Mhm.
It kind of got cooked to the 9th degree and it just like trash. And anything like beef or pork with anything, because we do cook our meat past the point of endurance. Nothing in it.
We don't like you go to America and they do what you call it, rare or medium or thing. We cook it.
Yeah,
we cook it.
solidly.
You know one of the things
Everything
that
is well done.
no man, no. The first time that I went to and they asked me, how do you want your steak done?
What temperature?
I said, it want to cook.
So well done then.
Yeah, it's like, want to cook, we want to cook. And then I understood that there were different ways that people cook their meat. So
Yeah.
it's rare, medium, and well done.
And there are gradations between medium and well done.
No, sir.
Yes, so we do overcook a few things. And fish, we overcook fish.
In Jamaica?
Yes, we
We
do.
we mean when we fry it?
Oh Lord, we petrify it when we fry it.
Because
It's very crunchy. You can eat the bones.
Yes, man. That's fried fish.
And then we put lots of pepper on
And
it.
then they put no man, you know it's not lot. It's escovitch fish. You put the garlic and the garlic and the onion and the thing, and it's good. I
Yeah.
normally love eating that.
And
It's
pickled
yeah.
carrots and
Oh,
pickled.
yes, man.
Yeah, pickled vegetables. Yeah, so we may overcook a few things, but basically, our cuisine is just the delight. And do you know? I know we're talking about JD's Urban Pub and the way they accommodate us, the local breakfast, the ackee and saltfish, and now they've added some handmade sausages.
Okay.
That sausage which we tried last
Was
week.
very good. Was very
yes,
good.
it's handmade sausage. It's not. You notice it was kind of coarse.
Mhm.
The meat was coarsely ground.
And here we see Catherine.
And yes, first to get to see Catherine. Catherine is not on the menu. Everybody, just
Jesus,
please know.
Oh my God, that's bad. No, sir.
All right. Okay. Sorry, person.
No, no, sir.
We have to let it be known. The staff not on the menu.
Oh my Lord! But she's normally very
they
good to
are
us.
gracious.
Very gracious, and
Yeah,
they
we're-
become our friends. That's
we're-
what it is.
We're happy to be here. What about JLP and PNP, Earl Broad? They're overcooked also?
Oh, Jesus.
Or they're well done? I'm not sure.
I don't understand. He said,
him just
nice
put in a
go.
JLP. and-
JLP. What is that?
No idea what he's talking about. Good morning, Joe. Yeah, we're hoping to draw Joe into another drop-by conversation. I tell you, the club members are generally friendly, and Lowell and I have been members here for well over 25 years, I would say, from we were children.
From we were children.
First, I'm just not giving away the producer's age.
From we were children.
That's all. Or
What
before we
about
had-
your?
before
What about?
we had children?
What about your age?
Well, everyone knows the producer is older than me, so therefore,
Oh, I see.
if I cover him, I'm also covered. All right, before we took the break, I was drawing Percy into an appropriate recognition of the Director of Public Prosecution's birthday. It is not always so that as significant a personality as the DPP, her birthday, that individual's birthday has national significance. But on this occasion, her birthday is a very important watermark. And I just want to explain it for those of you who have been following it. The government of Jamaica made exceptional effort, no doubt ably assisted by the Speaker of the House, to timetable a bill. Sole purpose of the bill was to increase the retirement age for two offices that are addressed in our Constitution. One is the Director of Public Prosecution, and the other is the Auditor General. Now, I think the Auditor General got tacked on to give some semblance of normalcy to what was being done for the Director of Public Prosecution, because in her case, her birthday today, this birthday, is a watermark.
We should do it. 60 or 65.
No, she was already 60,
Mhm.
got an extension for 2 or 3 years. Under the Constitution, prior to the amendment,
Mhm.
she could only have got one extension
Mhm.
because 60 is the maximum age for the DPP subject to an extension.
Okay, so she got the extension.
So she already got the extension, and
But they couldn't give her another
common that
extension.
She could not get another one, and she cannot be reappointed because you can't appoint someone who is more than 60.
Okay,
So
so that is why they
great
moved that
acrobatics. The government amended the Constitution to increase the age of retirement to 65
for
so
the
that-
AG and the
for the Auditor General and for the DPP.
Yeah.
The sitting Auditor General is not near the first age of retirement.
She's a young, nice
She
looking.
is a young, energetic woman doing her thing.
I like
so
her.
I think
Pamela Monroe
that
Hennis.
amendment was just brought in to make it look as if we're tidying up loose ends so we can be in conformity with whatever it is that the Pensions Act now says.
Mhm.
Okay. The DPP, as of midnight,
Last night,
yes, as of midnight,
would have turned 60.
aged out
She aged.
completely under the old constitution, under the pre-amended constitution.
Right.
So, for those who have challenged the government's unorthodox amendment of the constitution, those persons who believe that what the government did was itself unconstitutional
And they have
that
challenged
the
it.
court will ultimately strike it down, those persons hold the view that every act done by the DPP
From-
as of midnight
Yeah. It's
It's
unconstitutional. Wow.
So
And the
any-
government risked that?
and our government has put us in that
They move
place.
the ancient boundaries. That's why.
Absolutely.
That's what they've done.
That's what they've done. That's what they have done.
And there is a in Proverbs says, don't mess with the ancient boundary stones. You're gonna get problems. Yeah. And they just put themselves in a pickle. And now, on top of it now, the Speaker of the House.
Don't
miss
the two streams. We'll go Let's take a holy path. If you mix the two, somebody will be drunk.
Oh my Lord.
So I just want to make it clear what that means for us. It means, as of this morning, anyone who is charged under an instruction from the Director of Public Prosecution.
The deputies can do it, man.
No. You can only be, there's a principle. The Americans phrase it so beautifully. I'm just going to borrow from them. They call it fruit of the poisoned tree. There's the tree, the DPP is the tree.
Okay.
Anything that takes life from that tree
is dead.
Is poison.
Uh-oh.
Yes, because once the tree itself is poisoned, its fruit cannot be any different. It's scriptural in a person.
You know that. You know that. Yeah.
Man. Yes. You can't get bitter and sweet.
But that's the same tree. Jesus asked that same question.
From the same tree.
He said, no, cannot. But no.
Not possible. That's one of another ancient boundary. But that's one of the laws which was set by the Creator in the design of the world. It's one of the things that hold the world together.
Mm-hmm.
So it's not going to change. It will not change.
Wow.
So if the DPP loses her power under the Constitution, meaning her office, the continued tenure, is deemed unconstitutional, then every decision she takes, everything she does.
So why they do that?
So you have to ask yourself, why would your own government bring you to this place of uncertainty? Because right now, we already have a precedent for it, because although the court held that her first extension was constitutional, the manner in which it was challenged by the citizen who brought an action saying, you remember the one that was thrown out? Not thrown out, but he lost in it.
Yeah.
He has set the precedent now for how you do it.
Mm-hmm.
So, come today, tomorrow, all those who feel like this is my get out of jail card will begin filing their motions.
Let me ask you. No, that has serious implications for us as a society, as a country. So that is what the government has done with our justice system?
Yes, sir.
Why would they?
I'm explaining the impact of it, because sometimes you see these things and you think it's just politics.
It's not politics. No, man.
It goes to the fundamentals of the rule of law. When that signature appears on a document, that signature must come with authority. It's not monopoly we're playing with paper money.
Paper money monopoly.
No, this is
no, Jesus.
And let me tell you, those of us walking around now, free and not in any way affected by it, it mightn't mean anything to us. But you think of a person who is under prosecution for one or other offense, whose all their documentation is signed by this person, you would want to take advantage of anything that looks like a crap. And may I tell you this?
The DA has no idea.
Jurisdictions, if later on the court says this was unconstitutional, everything done retroactively falls apart. And that's why you don't lightly put yourself in a place of such uncertainty, because you have to consider that when eventually the matter is decided on, if it falls in this direction, it invalidates a whole bunch of things, which would have meant that effort was expended, cost was incurred, and people's rights were violated by reason of the unconstitutionality of the office.
Oh, what a tangled web. When we first practiced to deceive Walter Scott. Oh, and you see what it says? Oh, what a tangled web we weave when we first practice to deceive. Means that when you lie or act dishonestly, you are initiating problems and a domino structure of complications which eventually run out of control.
Good point to take a break. Please stay with us. We'll be right back.
Employees, not sure how to take your career to the next level? Not to worry. The Excelsior Community College has a program just for you. Enroll in one of our programs today and take advantage of our flexible classes, affordable fees, and overseas travel opportunities. WhatsApp us today at 876-536-4765. Excelsior Community College, transforming lives, nurturing global citizens.
For a better choice in all your electrical supplies, A, authorized 3M dealer and better brand names. B, better service including free island-wide delivery. C, all major credit and debit cards accepted. It's ABC Electrical Sales. Shop number 8, Hagley Park Plaza, Kingston 10. Open Monday to Friday, 8 a.m. to 5 p.m. Saturday, 8 a.m. to 4 p.m. We make your electrical jobs as easy as ABC. Call 754-3825-8 or fax 754-3659. ABC Electrical Sales, for a better choice.
Fearless and love more, 'cause you open up the door.
Live, camera, volume. Live it up Fridays on BES 100 FM. 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. with I, Ibi Lion, each and every Friday, giving you the better vibes heard everywhere.
On a natural some things that watch me fly on Jamaica.
That no sound healthy at all. Get healthy, my friends. Stay balanced. Tune into this station, Bess FM 100, every Saturday morning, 8 o'clock to 9, for this wonderful program, Your Health Today, with me, Dr. Clarion Palmer. Yes, get healthy, get healthy, get healthy. Stay balanced. Bess FM 100, Saturday morning, 8 o'clock, with me, Dr. P. Get healthy.
BES 100 FM presents the Mature and Moving Up Show with Lascelles Butch Chen on Thursdays from 6 to 9 p.m. Welcome to this pioneering radio program on our continuing worth in our maturing years, compellingly defined to educate and liberate the younger generation. Tune in and welcome.
Having trouble getting parts for your Mazda? Maljam Auto Parts is your solution. Find Maljam at the new and convenient location off Upper Waltham Park Road at 9 Kingswood Avenue. Maljam Auto Parts, with over 25 years experience, providing all Mazda parts, new and used. Call 923-4389 and 461-1786. Maljam Auto Parts, serving your Mazda needs.
BES 100 FM is the authentic voice of Jamaica, promoting your prosperity with better vibes and better music. Let us promote your goods and services for you. Advertise with us. For more information, call our office at 876-276-8935. That's 276-8935.
Veg and Printers for all your printing needs. We specialize in calendars, flyers, brochures, and more. Call us today at 968-7506. That's 968-7506. Or visit us at 4 East Bloomsbury Road off Hagley Park Road. Vijay Printers, your best choice in printing.
The Morning Connection is not your usual talk show. We aim to stimulate discussion and chart new paths to self-empowerment. So please join us, Minett and Percy, on The Morning Connection, Mondays to Thursdays, 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. on Best 100 FM.
It's good, it's better, but nothing beats. Best FM.
Good morning and welcome back. At 7:36 a.m., we are here at the Ligonier Club enjoying the cool climate and the brilliant sunshine. And really, really happy to be outdoors. I think every Thursday you hear me celebrating it. And you might think that I don't live in the Caribbean where, everything can be done outdoors. But we spend 4 hours in studio, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, and by Thursday, I am stir crazy and I want to see butterflies. Like there are butterflies in the garden right now. The lignum vitae trees that are all around us really provide a home. If you look across there, Percy, this is the season when sometimes, sad to say, but when you're driving on the road is littered with the bodies of these yellow butterflies.
Season for breeding.
Yes, and the lignum vitae trees seem to be their preferred spot. And here on this 100-and-odd-year-old property, we have a lot of our national tree.
Okay.
Our national flower.
Yeah.
Lignum vitae. Yeah, because the blue maho
is the tree.
Is the tree.
Yeah.
Right. So we really love being outdoors, and we get a chance to see one or two people pass by, and occasionally we're fortunate they'll stop by and spend some time with us. So that is acknowledging the hand that literally feed us, because we do have breakfast here on Thursday mornings, and being grateful for the beauty of the environment in which we are able to speak to you. Percival, I was spending a little bit of time just emphasizing, for the benefit of our listeners, the significance of this time of uncertainty, which has been imposed on us by the government's treatment of the Office of the Director of Public Prosecution. We've been catapulted into an era when, for I think the first time, all persons who are under charge, who are being prosecuted, and against whom certain acts are taken or continued, because I think it affects the continuation, as all of the decisions taken by her officers out there in the field at this time become compromised if she herself lacks the authority to direct them.
So even if something was happening before,
began properly, but is being continued and decisions are being taken,
people can question the people.
People would question it.
Are you
right
serious?
Now, yes, like suppose you should charge someone and they enter into a plea deal tomorrow.
Yes.
The plea deal, negotiated by her officers or herself, whatever, now becomes questionable because of her lack of authority. Look at it this way. An attorney
what if she
is
became
representing
sick?
a client. Let me make it literal. An attorney is representing a client. Start the case. In the middle of the case, the attorney is disbarred. Could the attorney continue?
No.
It's just the same thing.
So
if in the case, in the process of time, her authority is removed by operation of law, which is what this would be, she could not continue to instruct and direct the prosecution of offenses in this nation.
No. So you are saying to me that there are two things that are instruments of parliament in terms of office: is the AG
There are
and
others,
DPP.
Auditor General, remember you have Attorney General named AG as well.
Oh, the Auditor General,
And you have
TP,
Accountant
General, yeah,
So
which is different.
the Auditor General
So what you're saying to me?
is created in the Constitution.
So what happens if she's sick and
No,
can't?
if she's sick, she still has her there. If she's sick, she don't lose her authority. She only lose her health. And hey, if she dies in office, you can't continue using her name. You'd have to appoint a new person who would take up the office.
Oh, so that's what you mean. So therefore, we're getting a lot of opportunities in this country, you know, to make things right. When you really reflect, on what is, we have an opportunity with what has happened with the Constitution, the constitutional reform. We have a bigger opportunity with what is happening now in Parliament with this lady. We never talk about that, you think?
Yes, we're coming to that because I don't know if she's going to survive the month.
It means she might have to resign from because she should have been convicted of corrupt practices, so she can't stand.
Well, she hasn't been convicted yet. She's to be charged. But why I said she might not survive the month. We have to be careful about our mental health or physical health. And we also must carry a consciousness about the level of uncertainty and chaos that we impose on our nation. I cannot countenance or imagine any responsible public servant who would put their ego, their personal satisfaction in the job or whatever they're doing so high above
the public good. Hold on.
That they would just set them face like flint.
It's a biblical term. No, yes. but what I'm saying to you is just think about it though. When our present leader of government with those letters, how much time at 3 strike him getting on?
I mean, when you say leader of government, you mean the Prime Minister?
The Prime Minister. Right. Remember the unsigned letters?
Yeah.
Which other thing?
But when that plot was hatched, he was not Prime Minister. He was in waiting.
Yeah, but then he became
lining up the derricks for when he comes into office.
Right.
So I pardon him for that one because.
But after that there were 2.
Wheeling and dealing for.
But after that there were 2.
But you're talking about matters going to court. But those things didn't plunge us into uncertainty.
Yeah, but I'm just talking about the behavior and the thinking in terms of what it cost somebody to do those things, even though say something. No.
Is it because I am saying I can't imagine a public servant so self-involved that they would just go through, well, it's several things, I was naming some factors which constitute pressure on a person that ought to cause them to take a decision to protect themselves.
And protect the people that they're serving.
So let's listen. I was saying that for the speaker, as it is for the DPP, you holding onto your job or the position you currently occupy at a time when all public sentiments are against you.
Don't make no sense.
It does not make sense for you to be so stubborn in your position because, one, your health is placed at risk, your mental and your physical health, because no matter how hardy you are, it's stress. And the body responds to stress. And we may get excited and the adrenaline may run, but your body functions on a certain equilibrium being maintained. Homeostasis?
Yeah, homeostasis, yes. Yeah.
So your body, despite your love for adrenaline and the mad rush and excitement of death-defying activities, your body, the physical body that God gave you, is set to function in certain ways. And you can't change that.
That's why rest and sleep is important.
Precisely.
So after a time, if you don't, your body going haywire, yeah.
So you might be ready to dukes it out to the last day, but your heart says enough. I wasn't made for this.
Your heart says enough. You like what you're saying. Your heart says, okay. I'm giving up the ghost.
You find yourself fainting when you really want to stand up and fight. You pass out. You have a stroke. You get a heart attack. You get distracted and drive too fast on the road. You crash. You lose your level of alertness. Somebody crash into you. I mean, a number of things because you're not in control of all the factors around you. So I'm saying that being so, when you find that one, your health is at risk and your mental health is at risk. Two, you are not adding anything good to the national discourse.
You're mashing it up.
In fact, you are mashing it up. Chaos is erupting around you.
You think what is emerging, this chaos that you are describing, do you think is planned?
By the enemy, yes. Absolutely.
Everything about enemy. Not about me, I talk about human actors.
But the human actors are motivated by things that sometimes they're not even aware of it. They're just going on, putting one foot behind the other, not really recognizing that they are being manipulated by events. How many times you hear a person say, boy, this is beyond me, or this is above my pay grade, suggesting that if they had the control and the authority, they would do otherwise.
Yeah.
Now, hear me on this point now. This now is, I was radical one other morning. Was it yesterday I was being radical?
The day before.
Or the day before?
Tuesday we're being radical.
I was radical on Tuesday. I'm radical on Thursday. Each of us need to resolve in our mind that when it comes to doing the right thing,
you do the right thing.
I have the authority.
To do the right thing?
Absolutely.
Not to eat blood, sacrifice eat food, sacrifice to idols. The principle of that, yeah.
Absolutely. You must resolve in your mind that when it comes to doing the right thing, and we're going to talk about what is the right thing, I have the authority. It's not subject to my boss. It cannot be bought from me under a contract of employment. It cannot be purchased from me under a retainer. It cannot be taken from me under any secrecy act or anything. In fact, right now, the world is moving away from treating as inviolate those conditions of employment which would cause a man to move against his conscience. Did I say it again?
No, but I understand.
World over, even this wicked world
is saying
is
that
recognizing that
can
soldiers in the field who get an instruction from a superior officer which
can reject it. Reject it because against conscience.
Against conscience. Even now in Jamaica, we are seeking
whistleblower
to enshrine in law
whistleblower
protection. The Whistleblower Act, the Protected Disclosures Act, is the legislation which Jamaica itself, as part of its anti-corruption move, is cementing in our society so that we know that when we exercise the authority to do the right thing, we can claim the protection of the state.
Conscience.
God not joking, you know. Because
somebody would say God not sleep.
He's not sleeping. Because even in the midst of what we accept to be Babylon, the world of Mammon,
Babylon is confusion. Even Babylon need confusion.
Those ancient boundaries, those fixed laws which are immutable and envelop the character of God, are being
coming to the fore big time. Coming to the fore big time.
Every time I see it, I just smile because I said to myself, many people will say, throw out the Bible, and why you keep talking about the Bible, and why everything Pastor Lowell, why everything you and Pastor Percival gone to the Bible. There are many of you who listen to us speaking, and you think that because we use the principles of God as a reference point, that we are being religious or we are incorporating something that is not relatable or relevant into the discourse. We are not. We're just trying to teach you that these things which you believe are happening because man is being, man has evolved to a level of wisdom and knowledge. Not so. Man is still brutish and primitive, and if left by himself, his nails would grow and his hair would
No,
get
it's a serious, given...
That's still man.
Given the way they will not, given given the way, they will not opt for the more excellent way.
Yeah.
They'll go the other way.
They would go the other way. But
And we must not, and we must realize that. But God
His
is
sovereignty and His wisdom is imposing His principles of order into even the things that wicked man do. Of course,
And it's there
sometimes we pervert it and we use it to
Oh, Jesus.
inflict harm on each other. Like when you hear that the Bible is a hate.
hate speech.
Hate
speech.
And should be banned. It turns on its head in some instances, but it is still God imposing order, because this government and all these things that we construct in the world are going to give way.
To the
And yes,
to the kingdom.
and the transition is underway right now.
Right, but as you
People like myself, people like you, this program is one of the tools that God is using to create an awareness and to sensitize His people to where He's taking us and what we need to do to be amongst those that are the redeemed of the Lord.
the remnant.
The
people.
remnant.
But you said something very interesting.
What is that, my
That
brother?
God is saying, remember, I am the one who have created you.
Yes.
If I have created you, then I know what is best for you. So when you kick against the goat or kick against the brick, as early saying on 9, you broke your foot.
Yeah, broke your foot on the stone.
And that is what happened to Saul, who became Paul. He says, why are you doing this? You don't see, you're going to lose. It's like with what we're seeing unfolding nationally. We're asking, why are they doing these things? Why are they persisting in doing what they're doing, knowing that it is wrong? The public is saying something wrong, and even the public is waking up and saying, "What's something? Something not right with that, Because there's something in us that yearns for the more excellent way in terms of how we relate to each other. And I'm saying, no.
I would have to wonder what that something is, because as it became evident that man was never going to survive under the Mosaic law,
Mm-hmm.
God says, I will enter into a new covenant and I will place my law in your heart.
In the heart of man.
So inside of us, whether we like it or not, it sits there waiting to be activated. And there are situations in your life which will, when you respond in a proper way, because under the New Testament covenant, Christ says, behold, I stand at the door and knock. So He's knocking, and if you open it, He will come in and activate the laws which were already programmed in your heart. This is the digital age, so all of us know what it means. Just as an aside, I saw another attorney writing about how a client of his received an email from the bank which required the client received the email which says, your account has been compromised. Something about renewing. Click. So they clicked to renew and opened the door to the hacker. So that was the hacker standing at the door and knocking with the email.
Oh, Jesus.
Flag operation, to borrow a word from the spy novels. They stood there clothed in the vestments of the bank. Everything about it was similar.
Seem legal.
And knowing that in this day and age, everybody paranoid that their account has been compromised, the bank was saying, your account has been compromised. In order to fix the situation,
Jesus.
click on this link.
I think that's what Bert was writing about.
Yes, I think it's an attorney from Bert's firm too. I recognize the name. Who wrote again, this happened now. He wrote a letter now saying this was the experience of one person who opened the door to the knocking of the thief and ended up being raided. So you understand how that is. Once you open the door and the person comes in, they have access. So they will activate what they need to and take what they need to. But Christ, who before the days of password and cyber hacking,
saying, I stand at
Christ
the door.
says, I stand at the door and knock.
In Revelation.
Yeah,
If
man.
anybody hear my voice,
Anybody here?
Revelations.
I'll come in, I'll dine with you, you dine with me. He offers an experience which when he comes in, it becomes possible.
To change.
Absolutely.
That man is thinking in
And
his
it's
heart.
because he knows that the heart is already programmed to receive
what he's giving.
What he's giving.
Right.
Once you open the door, it's all access. I'm just borrowing an analogy out of the virtual world in which we live, and putting it into the interpretation of some ancient word so that it's relatable to anyone listening who's thinking, how does all that old thing apply to me today? We're seeing it being played out in virtual reality. Once you engage with certain programs, they stimulate centers in your brain for activities to become meaningful to you. So you put on a headset and you're immersed in a world where you think you're flying, you think you're shooting a weapon, and your body is responding chemically in the same way it would if you were doing it in real life. That's why virtual reality is so engaging and why so many people lose themselves.
All right, and that's why virtual reality can be so misleading also.
All right, we're going to give us a morning connection greeting to Mr. Nicholas Foster, who's visiting Jamaica from the UK. Yes. A Jamaican. Oh, morning, St. Anne. So, hi, Nicholas. I hope you're enjoying your time at the Ligani Club.
Yes.
Ah.
Yes, and I'll be coming back next week.
Excellent. Well, when you come back next week, I am sure that the producer will make some time for you at her table.
So.
All right.
So, good morning.
Good morning, sir.
Yeah, we're making it a regular thing to chat to our visitors and club members as they're passing through. I love the hair. All right, so maybe in the next go round we'll put a camera on Nicholas so you can see. All right. Things are happening in Jamaica. Welcome and enjoy.
A lot of things are happening. I've noticed a lot of persons from the diaspora, which is your favorite place to come back and give. They've gone out to come back in prophetically. And even as we remember people in the diaspora.
Who are you remembering in the diaspora right this minute? No one in particular? I just felt you were thinking about Lady Sarah. Back to school time, I'm sure she's been blessing her usual.
Oh yes, she's here actually. She's here.
Yeah?
She's here.
We haven't met her, we've only spoken to her online.
Probably we should. You probably should.
Earl Brown is making me smile with one of the statements that the Apostle Paul was known for saying. I am not ashamed of the gospel of Jesus Christ.
It is the power of God unto salvation.
And there was a time when it seemed like something very esoteric or something married in not suspicion, in superstition.
Yeah. That's what they wanted us to believe.
And highly educated people avoid superstition. We need hard, cold data. We need empirical studies. We need things that show real world application and track record. But I think more and more we are seeing that
people
activities from the invisible realm are having greater impact and more lasting impact than the things you and I are touching and feeling and dealing with, because those things that are in the physical world are all temporary. They are subject to decay, disintegration, change of face and opinions, and we see them over time proving to be useless.
Those are strong words,
So
but it's true.
Yeah, we see them proving to be useless. I mean, look at it. For 5 years, you're in power as a politician, and by year 3, you're convinced that you will always be in power.
You do everything to stay in power.
And you begin to do everything to stay in power. But as sure as night follows day, you lose power. You either lose power because your party falls out of favor, or the party not like you anymore, because there are many persons who used to be.
And they're no longer. We
And
see
they
it
are
happening.
no longer.
Person once they're gone.
Yeah, or ill health take you, and you just have to focus on self, and that power you used to wield is no longer at your disposal, and the things that you could affect and the way people treated you all change.
As you talk about ill health, I'm wondering if
Which one?
the gentleman going on again,
Which one that now?
the one in Clarendon, Mike Henry. It does occur to me because he's close. He's
close to 100?
100? All right,
Well,
90.
it's closer to 100 than he is to 50.
Yeah, I'm not saying. Oh. And they talk about ill health and thing. It's just run across my mind as we wish people happy birthday.
Well, now, did you watch the news last night?
Oh, man.
Did you?
We don't have no TV.
Oh, you're taking a sabbatical?
From TV? No.
All right, I'll bring you
lightning goes up.
the break.
Lightning, just took it out. Took out the video. Yeah, man.
I think you
Lightning.
mentioned that. All right, so we're going to talk about it during the break. So it's 8 o'clock. When we come back, I'll bring Pastor Percival up to the TV running, and he and the producer can keep the joke going. When we come back, please stay with us. It's 8 o'clock.
No.
Hello, I'm Moira Alderson with the BBC News. India has halted visa services in Canada and called for a reduction in Canadian diplomatic staff in India amid a deepening row between the two countries. India blamed the security situation in Canada for the stoppage. With more details from Mumbai, here's Archana Shukla.
In a press conference, India's foreign ministry spokesperson has confirmed that they have temporarily suspended visa applications and visa services in Canada, and they are citing security threats to Indian High Commission and consulates in Canada as the reason for the suspension. And this is just another step in worsening ties between the two countries in the last few days after Canadian Prime Minister made a statement linking Indian agents to the killing of a Sikh separatist leader in Canada.
The government of Azerbaijan has held talks with ethnic Armenian separatists in Nagorno-Karabakh who've surrendered after a brief Azeri military offensive. One Armenian negotiator said a ceasefire had been agreed, but key issues such as the handover of weapons had yet to be resolved. Our correspondent, Rehan Dimitri, is following developments.
There were no statements made to the media and no details have emerged yet. We know that Azerbaijan was planning to lay out its plan for integration of ethnic Armenians into Azerbaijan. Yesterday, we heard from the Azerbaijani president Ilham Aliyev saying that such a plan was ready, that it would guarantee a number of rights for ethnic Armenians, including their cultural, religious and educational rights. We know that the top priority for ethnic Armenian, Karabakh Armenian side is the guarantees of safety and security for their population.
The Polish government says it's still carrying out previously agreed deliveries of weapons and ammunition to Ukraine. The statement was issued a day after the Polish Prime Minister Mateusz Morawiecki said his country was no longer supplying arms to its neighbour. He said Poland was instead concentrating on its own defence. His comments marked another step in the worsening relationship between the two countries. Poland, along with Slovakia and Hungary, has banned imports of Ukrainian grain. King Charles has warmly praised what he called the indispensable relationship between France and Britain in an address to both French Houses of Parliament. Speaking in English and French, he said the two countries' partnership had been forged through shared experience. Hugh Schofield reports from Paris.
The King used the occasion to plead for a renewal of the alliance between the two countries, which he said was more important than ever in view of the threat to European security in Ukraine and because of what he called the most existential challenge of all, that of global warming and the catastrophic destruction of nature. Let us renew the entente cordiale, he said, and make it an entente for sustainability.
BBC News. A man accused of murdering 14 people in Rwanda has pleaded guilty during a court appearance in the capital, Kigali. Dennis Kazungu has been charged with murder, rape, torture and kidnapping. The victims were 2 men and 12 women. A new study's found that the number of people in Germany with far-right views has more than quadrupled over the last 4 years. Almost a quarter of people questioned at least partly supported the idea of having a far-right dictatorship. 1 in 10 were considered to have extremist right-wing views. This was defined as agreeing with statements like Nazism has good aspects. The Syrian President Bashar al-Assad has arrived in China on his first official trip there in almost 20 years. Beijing has said the visit will take relations with Damascus to a new level. President Assad, whose government has been ostracised for years by the West, will begin his visit by attending the opening of the Asian Games in Hangzhou. The Spanish women's football team are on their way to play a National League match in Sweden after most players ended their boycott. It's been reported that between 6 and 9 senior football officials have been sacked or asked to resign as part of the agreement which saw the team return. Here's Paul Moss with more details.
The coach was sacked, the Football Federation's president resigned after that notorious kiss on Jenny Hermoso's lips. And now it seems the Spanish women's team have scored a victory almost as remarkable as winning the World Cup. The Federation's Secretary-General has also been relieved of his duties, with the Federation promising immediate and profound changes to its structure. The players had demanded reforms to the game. If, as reported, between 6 and 9 other senior football officials have lost their jobs, the women can celebrate before they've even played their Swedish opponents on Friday.
Paul Moss with that report. That's the latest. BBC News.
Are you in search of genuine shocks, power steering pumps, engine mount, fender liners, strut mount, front end parts, engine parts, electrical switches, sensors, and so much more for your Honda Ridgeline vehicle? Well, look no further. Contact Mormac Auto Parts at 326-7371 or 821-5232. Remember, Mormac Auto Parts, your Honda Ridgeline new parts dealer. We're located in Kingston. Call us at 326-7371 or 821-5232 for more details.
Having trouble getting parts for your Mazda? Maljam Auto Parts is your solution. Find Maljam at the new and convenient location off Upper Waltham Park Road at 9 Kingswood Avenue. Maljam Auto Parts, with over 25 years experience, providing all Mazda parts, new and used. Call 923-4389 and 461-1786. Maljam Auto Parts, serving your Mazda needs.
For a better choice in all your electrical supplies, A, authorized 3M dealer and better brand names. B, better service including free island-wide delivery. C, all major credit and debit cards accepted. It's ABC Electrical Sales. Shop number 8, Hagley Park Plaza, Kingston 10. Open Monday to Friday, 8 a.m. to 5 p.m. Saturday, 8 a.m. to 4 p.m. We make your electrical jobs as easy as ABC. Call 754-3825-8 or fax 754-3659. ABC Electrical Sales, for a better choice.
Jamaica and the world, you want us back? We are back. The Breakthrough Deliverance Ministry, led by me, the prophet Mark Stewart, right here on Bess 100 FM. This and every Thursday night from 9 p.m. to 12 midnight. Yes, it's War Room Thursday. Come on out and join us, each and every one, on Bess 100 FM, 100.1, 357 and 9. Come on out. Join me, the prophet, Reverend Mark Stewart, and of course, the boss shot, Apostle Marshall. Come for your healing, breakthrough, deliverance, the prayer, the miracle, the word, the testimony, and so much more. Yes, my friends, Bess 100 FM, Bess 100 FM, War Room Thursday, 9 p.m. to 12 midnight. Join us. We are going to lick it.
Discussions on health and education, inspiring interviews, surprise giveaways, your favorite songs. Tune into Bess 100 FM this and every Sunday at 11:30 to 12 noon. It's Distinction 411, your weekly college magazine program hosted by James and the Distinction family. Catch you on Sunday.
Half a tree, 1 already, 200, ready mama, ready. Is this the confusion you feel when trying to work your way through medical systems in Jamaica? Try a dose of Ask Dr. Mary every Thursday at 5 to 6 p.m. Let Dr. Mary help you understand your medical problems and bring you to a calmer place.
And love more, 'cause you open up the door.
Live, camera, volume. Live It Up Fridays on Bess 100 FM. 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. with I, Ibi Lion, each and every Friday. Giving you the better vibes, heard everywhere.
On a natural some things that watch me fly on Jamaica.
Nothing is Impossible for God is a deliverance ministry dedicated to the preaching of the gospel and the healing of the sick. Aired on Bess 100 FM, Sundays at 12:30 to 1 with Reverend Neville Otten Pastor. Your life will never be the same. Pray for the prayers and receive God's deliverance ministry. This program is sponsored by PJ Distributor at the corner of Main Street, Santa Cruz and Market Street. For prayer, call 828-4413. Luke 1:37, Jeremiah 32:17 said, nothing is impossible for God. God bless you, my friends.
Best 100 FM is the authentic voice of Jamaica, promoting your prosperity with better vibes and better music. Let us promote your goods and services for you. Advertise with us. For more information, call our office at 876-276-8935. That's 276-8935.
The Morning Connection is not your usual talk show. We aim to stimulate discussion and chart new paths to self-empowerment. So please join us, Minett and Percy, on The Morning Connection, Mondays to Thursdays, 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. on Bess 100 FM.
It's good, it's better, but nothing beats. Best FM.
Good morning and welcome back. It's 8:12 a.m. Man, we grabbed hold of Mr. Foster in the break and had a quick chat with him. He's here actually until the 11th of October, so
He's training.
he promised us that he will spend some time with us. And the reason I'm mentioning it, aside from the fact that if you want to be chatting with us on a Thursday morning and you pass by, I think the producer has settled it now that we're gonna just choose a random guest who's dining in the restaurant and have a chat with them at the table. We did it a couple of weeks ago with Joe, and out of that, we're going to do some more for you to just guide you in understanding what levels of protection you can get through insurance products for losses suffered when your account is breached and them thief your money, because the one who stood at the door and knocked was really a wolf.
Oh, jeez, Lord have
We
mercy.
know how to mix scripture with modern day telling. Yes, grandma. So Mr. Foster is here actually conducting training with some government agencies. When he comes, he can tell us, he can speak his own business, but he's training in the area of general data protection. And it's a pleasure to know that Jamaicans are investing in improving their education in that area. And it's also a wonderful thing to see a Jamaican born professional coming back from the UK
to train.
And I do hope
That's
that when they engaged his services, they knew that he was a black man. Because we get some stories about, I remember someone telling us a story about how they entered into an arrangement with a Jamaican government agency from London. And they spoke and on the phone, and all of the arrangements were made. And the team from London flew into Jamaica, were met at the airport by the government representatives, who were visibly disappointed when they saw that the people were black. They thought all along that they had been negotiating with
some white people. Is it just part of the stereotype and the mindset that we need to break?
That we've got to break.
And I think, and I remember I said there are a lot of things that are happening in the body politic that we have to come to.
The body's under reformation.
Yeah, that we have to face up to.
To their credit on that occasion, let me say this. To their credit, they did come to understand that the disappointment was because they said, I don't think the ministers and others who have decisions to make are going to accept you as competent to do what you have set out. So it was prejudice, but they said it's not us. We like you. But we think those above us are accustomed to making those deals with people of a different ethnicity.
And that speaks to the plantation economy and the vestiges of it come back down. And we have it in a, not the black no good. You remember that in a way?
Oh, yes. That lady who used to, who I spoke about from my childhood when I was in boarding in Brownstown, that was one of her favorite comments. She's the first person I heard with it.
Nothing black no good?
Too black. Yeah, but you see, where I come from, nobody could be saying that. My father was black man, solid black man. My mother was of a paler
hue.
Yeah, but my father was the power in the house, and his color was the color that carried the power. So nobody could get up and say nothing too black.
But I tell you something too. I tell you the first. But as you talk about their disappointment, I remember the first job I had, and I told you what it was working in the ethanol industry. Went to Brazil, and it was myself. And the guy was planning, we were buying equipment. I was filling out the lab and learning procedures and things. And when the people who were negotiating with saw that it was him, they said, you are the plant manager? You are the thing? They couldn't believe it, that we were black and we were spending some significant money then.
So were they pleased or they were just surprised?
They were surprised. Okay. They were the people, because I had to interact with the people in the lab, and then we went to the in Brazil, they had a big thing, and they were saying, and they saw these two black men walking around the place, and was saying, they were saying, really? So I got a chance to mingle with them and go out, and they fetted me and round in, where was it? Sao Paulo? Yeah. Sao Paulo. So they couldn't fathom it, because the people I interacted with.
I'm going to poke you a little. So when you say they affected you, did they attempt to bribe you?
No, they didn't.
Honeypot you?
No, man. No.
You know honeypotting?
No.
Oh, you said no, they didn't.
When they talk bride, I think honeypotting and all of those things come in the same category. I just remembered it, and that is when I recognized that Brazil was a racist country.
Let me tell you what the honeypot is.
Yeah. I know what a honeypot is.
You do?
Or the woman honeypot.
They use beautiful women to reduce you into a greater state of compliance and agreeability.
I wasn't honeypotted.
You'd be honeypotted.
I wasn't honeypotted.
You just find yourself saying, "Oh yes. I could increase the price. Yeah, my offer could go up by 20%."
No, but
some ladies saying how big and strong you are, how wealthy you are, how powerful you are, and such other
things
encouragement
to stroke your ego, to stroke the ego and thing. No, but it was. I found it. It was an eye-opener for me. I remember it clearly. They couldn't understand. I said, "You're spending so much money?" Yeah, I said, "Okay."
They trust you to spend that money?
Yes. So
anyway,
it was.
We have evolved.
Yeah, wait. So and then I discovered that Brazil was I love Brazilian football, but it's a racist country.
Well, you know what? I'm gonna beg to differ a little bit
And
say that there are some racist people in Brazil.
But it was the racist country. Because remember, outside of the West Indies, that's where a significant
No number of black people are.
are went with slavery. Yeah. So
But you know why I say it? Because all week I am bringing to the consciousness that duality of man and nation. So, like you would say, you met with one or two individuals who displayed some racial discrimination. Yeah? These are individuals expressing themselves. And out of it, you could leave and say, this is a racist country. No, I'm not saying that it is or isn't. I was just messing with you.
Yes, you always do.
Yeah, because I'd never thought of Cuba as a country in which racism was a thing.
It is.
But when I went to Cuba and made certain observations, I said, whoa.
It is.
Why is it that all the people with the pail and the janitorial tools
Are
black?
And the people
ones
in the
at
power.
the front desk and the ones who are, out and about and well dressed and look smart are of a different color. And
Yes,
even when I went to the Palace of the Revolution,
You saw
and
it
I'm
too.
looking at, I saw it, and they don't have an issue with gender. Women can do whatever they want to in Cuba.
But color can't do anything.
But you see, so I saw women all over, in high places and low places.
But the color of their
But-
skin.
Yeah, so the bias is not gender based.
It is color
But
based.
you saw it. Now, how that comes about, because people might scratch their head and say communism don't know color. Or communism is about state and people. But somehow that's how it was. So it's unconscious. Whatever the answer is, I
but then-
left Cuba with the clear impression that race matters in Cuba.
It did. No, but
Race and opportunity run in the same track.
it was. Let me tell you why.
Yes.
Because I made that same observation. Because I went to Cuba twice. Government to government. I was representing the church, and I interacted with the church there. Boy, that was. Is there no church in Cuba? But I met.
Of course.
I went. Yeah, man. But I noticed the people who did track and field or played sport and thing were of our hue, but the people who are in the ballet and all of them things were.
We went to Copacabana.
It was fun.
I love that.
It was fun. And that's where I was introduced to tights. And it was also
men
tights.
Men in tights?
No, women in tights. And it was all tights in my life. I'm going, they don't have nothing else. No, I tell you, I was just blown away. I said,
So you were honeypotted.
she not leave that one day, no, Mr. Producer.
No, I take that back.
No, but
but no, Cuba is an experience. Cuba is an experience if you get a chance to go. But in my dealings with them though, and I was being called Jefe. You know what Jefe is?
No.
Chief.
Oh, Jefe.
Jefe. I went I was there.
Were the head of the delegation?
My little piece of it. I'd gone with the Prime Minister of the day, as I was the chairperson of the Youth Council.
Right.
So I had my little squad, and I was the head of that little piece of it. And so my
Who was on that
translator-
team? Who was on that team with you?
I don't remember. A long
Was
time
Hannah at that team?
Hannah was there.
That mean I was there too.
But where were you? How far from me were you?
Come myself and Hannah.
But remember, Hannah was later appointed as
but
ambassador.
but before he was appointed.
When he was porting the job.
No, before he was appointed, we were roommates. Roommates.
So did you go with Prime Minister P.J. Patterson?
remember.
That's the mission. He was the head of
No, I don't
state
think so.
at the time.
No.
Okay.
But it was during his time, though. It was during his time.
Yeah, man. Hannah was.
I was in the 90s. I was in the 90s when I went.
Okay. Let's see. I came back to Jamaica 95. All right, Percy and I are gonna compare notes later to see if perhaps we should have met in Cuba but didn't.
Yeah, you understand?
But I knew you from campus,
Yeah, but
so I would have recognized you if you're on the delegation.
I was there.
We went in a I'm gonna say private plane, but it was we traveled. We didn't travel commercially. Let me put it that way. And the whole delegation was transported, and I mean, it was the Prime Minister's delegation, so it was treated in a certain way.
Yeah.
So I was starting off by saying that never in their interaction with me did I experience any disfavor by reason of my color.
Okay.
You understand?
That's in Cuba.
So in Cuba. So everywhere I went, I was accorded the respect commensurate with my official position. And I saw that too.
The same for me there when I was
Prime
there.
Minister was treated
Regally.
Everything was on point. But what I observed in the country itself, the people, how they were positioned and who had what jobs, I did notice. In the hotels, it was so.
Yeah, it was.
In all the public facing, you now sometimes, you know, because here's Earl online making an observation that he was asked, a high government official of a certain country, he said, asked him why Jamaican trade representatives at a trade show in Europe some years ago, why those persons were white. She couldn't figure it out. So there are times when we take decisions based on what we think is acceptable to the world, but it doesn't really reflect
what the world is thinking about us.
Or what we think.
Yeah.
Yeah? Because when we were doing carousel, for example, Lauren can bear me out on this. Many persons said to us, where's the white man who's fronting
for you?
Because
that wasn't no problem. When you never have no white man. You never have a white man.
Many persons said to us, you needed to put a white face at the helm of your business and you stay quietly in the background because no one will accept your face at the and even today
in Jamaica, Jamaica.
Jamaicans tell you that. Jamaicans in power tell you that, and Jamaicans who are walking the streets tell you that. No man, but you don't must know better than that, man. What the turn go?
But it's a part of the
So we may not think that we have a racial bias personally, but we think the world does, and we think the world is expecting us to look a certain way, and we that appearance so that we can get by.
Emancipate yourself from mental
cynicism. Is that
cynical?
Yeah. What is that? Would you say that that's practical and playing by the rules, or
I'm never sure.
Or would you say that
you must rise up and go? No, man.
Like what we did.
Yeah, I said no.
Push against it.
And push against it until you change the narrative.
Lose everything that you have. Be rendered unemployable and unemployed. Struggle to feed your children.
Because you believe in principle. Well, the early Christians were like that, you know. So
I think we have to be like that, quite honestly.
Yeah, because people said, no, man, you can't do it. And it's true, you know, I see it all the time.
Earl is pointing out that the discrimination in Cuba, that this whole, and you know, he's making a good point. He says it's a leftover from Batista's time. Now we know that Colonel Batista is the one that
was the strong man.
Yeah, that Castro displaced. And you know something?
It's true.
There is an extent to which these things can become institutionalized, and you keep doing them without even knowing what led to it. So you just keep hiring from the same stock, or you keep or things get handed down from one to the other, kind of like the caste system in India. I just say kind of like, because the caste system in India is so intertwined with religious and spiritual matters that you can't discuss it lightly.
No, it's a major
there are
thing.
some things you're born into a family that does this occupation. You will die in a family that does this occupation. You can't get out of your car.
That's why I say a lot of Indians leave India and go to other places because
they can't escape birth.
Yeah.
In India. We had a lady here, who is of blessed memory now, an attorney who was from a highborn caste
in India.
In Pakistan.
Yes.
Right. And this is an attorney giving me the story now, another attorney. So she's come to Jamaica and she's practicing law.
Right.
And some Indians from a lower class are now in Jamaica
making some money,
doing very well.
And she would never take them business.
And she took their business, but she treated them like dogs. So the attorney who was a witness to the relationship now was telling me that when they enter, they bow and strip, and she overbills them. She don't even bother bill them really. She just demands money, and they had better bring it. And they are very differential in their attitude when they're around her. These big men of business, when they're in the presence of this woman of a higher class, she treats them.
That sounds like something spiritual.
Of course, that's why I said it is so bound up with spiritual matters that you can't discuss caste as just a social structure. It's very spiritual, as you say. Is it already 8:30? Wow, and we have not talked about the speaker must go. All right, when we return.
Do you need reliable health care? We have it!
Yes, we do! Great George Street Pharmacy, shop number 897 Great George Street, Savannah, Lamar, Westmoreland. Opening hours, Mondays to Saturdays, 8:30 a.m. to 6 p.m. Call us at 876-603-7372 or WhatsApp us at 876-205-0499. Yes, we have reliable health care for you at Great George Street Pharmacy, Savannah, Lamar.
Ew, baby, you're sick? Drink this.
Strong back tonic wine. But baby, you look like you want to sort out.
You think that's all Trangback good for? This delicious tonic wine has natural ingredients like Busy, Medina, Moringa, and more to strengthen your body so you can fight off anything, including viruses. Where it sound like you, Ketch. Available island-wide, all foreign. Order at 749-1286 option 1 or IG Trangback TW. Trangback.
Straighten your back for me, For a better choice in all your electrical supplies, A, authorized 3M dealer and better brand names. B, better service including free island-wide delivery. C, all major credit and debit cards accepted. It's ABC Electrical Sales. Shop number 8, Hagley Park Plaza, Kingston 10. Open Monday to Friday, 8 a.m. to 5 p.m. Saturday, 8 a.m. to 4 p.m. We make your electrical jobs as easy as ABC. Call 754-3825-8 or fax 754-3659. ABC Electrical Sales, for a better choice.
Goodness mercy, it's me again, Lord. Your restorer, your game changer. Join me every Saturday morning at 9 a.m. to 10 a.m. and Bess FM 100. It's Apostle Clive Campbell, a.k.a. the Khaki Suit Man, coming to you from 8 to 12 Orange Street, also Richmond District, Mandeville. Embrace the change.
Love more, 'cause you open up the door.
Live, camera, volume. Live it up Fridays on Bess 100 FM. 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. with I, Ibi Lion, each and every Friday. Giving you the better vibes, heard everywhere.
On a natural some things that watch me fly on Jamaica.
Are you in search of genuine shocks, power steering pumps, engine mount, fender liners, strut mount, front end parts, engine parts, electrical switches, sensors, and so much more for your Honda Ridgeline vehicle? Well, look no further. Contact Mormac Auto Parts at 326-7371 or 821-5232. Remember, Mormac Auto Parts, your Honda Ridgeline new parts dealer. We're located in Kingston. Call us at 326-7371 or 821-5232 for more details.
Best 100 FM is the authentic voice of Jamaica, promoting your prosperity with better vibes and better music. Let us promote your goods and services for you. Advertise with us. For more information, call our office at 876-276-8935. That's 276-8935.
The Morning Connection is not your usual talk show. We aim to stimulate discussion and chart new paths to self-empowerment. So please join us, Minett and Percy, on The Morning Connection, Mondays to Thursdays, 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. on Best 100 FM.
It's good, it's better, but nothing beats. Best FM.
Good morning and welcome back. So we've entered the eighth. Oh, this is the time when we would open our lines to receive calls. But well, that will be for Monday. Do I sound appropriately regretful?
You don't sound that way there at all.
Today it's just Pastor Percival and myself.
Speaker must go.
Closing off the arguments and the threads that we spun into the atmosphere from Monday. The speaker must go is the headline for the Gleaner. Now, you kind of wonder sometimes, what really goes into the headline. A very pro-government publication, because the Gleaner is very pro-government.
They are? I thought they were even-handed.
No, the Gleaner even-handed.
So the Observer
you're
was
speaking tongue-in-cheek?
even-handed.
No, they're not even-handed. The Gleaner is very pro-establishment.
Okay.
Yeah.
So if the PMP was in government, they'd be...
Oh, yes.
Okay,
yeah.
all right. No, man.
And that's a kind of a natural inclination, because many who think that observing rule of law and so on means you have to be pro-establishment.
You don't have to be.
You don't have to be. You can just be a balanced voice
That's what they need to be.
Principles.
That's what they need to be.
And that's how you present yourself.
That's what you have to be.
Yeah, I've been, case in point, yesterday I was saying to one of our listeners who says one day he will call, a good friend of mine, to whom I was saying, I really don't care who heads the government, PNP, JLP. What I want to see are principles at work which bring prosperity and wellness to Jamaicans. That's what I want to see. If
made upon the same wavelength, talking Jamaica. That's what we keep saying to people. That's what needs to happen in regards to, and people
Wow, are we getting the camera on this? Because this morning I just felt like having fruits at the table, and I made a request, and Miss Catherine, God bless you, Catherine, brought us.
Catherine is my friend, my lady.
Yeah, with melon, and these are local fruits: melon, papaya, and pineapples, and what's this fruit again? It's not honeydew; it's the other one.
Which one?
This one, the orange-looking one. Not orange, this one.
Cantaloupe.
Cantaloupe. I always forget it. Oh, yes. But the producer is even having some, so he's so grateful that he was included in Catherine's generosity. Yes, in my family, I eat all fruit. So whenever Lowell doesn't eat a fruit,
I do
comes
too.
to me. It must be the Palmer genetics. I eat all fruits and I eat all vegetables. Things I don't eat are like chicken feet. You
Me
too?
neither.
Oh my gosh, we're brothers.
So we couldn't marry.
This would be difficult. I don't eat chicken feet. They look like the hands of small children.
It looks like claws. Worse still. Worse.
Free flowing Thursday. That time when we just digress and say whatever we feel like.
That I love it.
And yes, it should be known to the world that Lowell delights in stewed chicken feet, curried chicken feet.
Sliding off the bone.
Sliding off the bone, he says. Okay. Enough of that. I have to settle my stomach so I can have my fruit. Anyway, local fruits. That is that's a staple.
And do you know,
Yes.
having traveled and eaten fruits
All over the world.
all over the world, even if you eat a pineapple here and a pineapple, it tastes different. The ones that, it's something about
The
our
volcanic
soil,
The
yeah.
volcanic soil of Jamaica.
No, sir.
Have you been to China?
Mm.
You go. Get some
Lychee.
lychee.
The Chinese lychee are made from magic.
Why do you say that?
You know the Bible is 2 men carry 1 grape.
So big like it.
You know, understand why eating and radio don't work.
Yes.
Because you want to eat. And radio requires talking and clear enunciation. You cannot be delighting in the flavor of the fruit while you're speaking. But I do want us to look at this issue with the Speaker of the House. Speaking to a friend of mine yesterday, he was saying he was sort of likening it to a storm in a teacup.
Which storm? Which storm? Which storm? We have that.
Not Hurricane Alan or Gilbert.
He says that storm in a teacup?
In a teacup, he was kind of likening it to Much Ado About Nothing. But what he was focusing on was, if we're talking about corruption, the mistreatment of one concession is hardly, a grand event.
Okay.
So I was emphasizing for him that what I see in it, and I'm just share my thoughts with you. What I see in it is just a brilliant strategic maneuver by the Integrity Commission in neutralizing a significant personality in the playing field for events to come. To me, that's like when it is which match we were playing when they gave one of the Jamaican footballer, the girls, they gave her a red card and took her out of the next match.
Oh, you mean Bonnie went to when we're gonna play
And did we lose?
No.
No, the next one. The one that she didn't play in.
No, we drew.
We drew. She didn't play. Okay. We didn't win. Yes, I did. Thank you, Lowell. We didn't win. Anyway, the point I'm making is you can maneuver your players so that you neutralize someone who could be a humbug to you in the next engagement. Clear that this speaker has the strength of character and the waywardness to just pick a position that makes sense to nobody but her and stick with it. She will choose a word that offends her sensibilities and censure you for it, even when the dictionary and every other sensible person says, "What are you doing? This is not an occasion for censure." She will say that is not appropriate in this house.
That's how she behave.
Well, is that what she did to the person who said something about pussyfooting?
Oh, oh yes.
When the man had said that word is not to be used
Yes,
in
the
this
man
house.
say pussyfooting around the place, and we clearly understand.
Everybody know that there was no bad word.
No, sir.
But she had a view about it. And no matter how much talking went on, she did not stir and withdraw her position and say, well, okay, guys, I overreacted. But really now, be mindful of how I think and feel. There are...
Something went through my head a while ago, but when you finish, I'll tell you. I'll be able to say.
There are ways that you can pull back
Mhm.
from the edge of the cliff. You know, you don't have to go sailing over it and let your people mourn.
But what you have said in terms of how the Integrity Commission do.
Maneuvered.
Yeah, but it's 6 years now. You don't see
So you
smoke
feel
without
like-
fire.
You feel like they were waiting for the right moment to deploy that particular one.
Well, I don't even know.
I can't fault them.
But I remember when we made the presentation.
Yes.
And the question came from Mr. Chuck to say, can
Should the commission
me be able to
permitted
do retro
reopen
yes.
declarations which they had already closed from prior years?
And they said yes.
And the word was, surely we can. Because if you deceived us years ago,
Yes.
and we come upon it now,
Mm-hmm.
we are opening up the whole thing. Because this is about integrity. This is not about timeliness of disclosure.
It is about integrity.
It's about integrity,
and
which is a
integrity.
continuing obligation.
And integrity is integrity. Whatever year it is. So that means on that account, of our politicians would have.
Yeah, but you don't realize now, when the question was being asked, those members of the committee knew that these things were underway.
That's why I say don't
They
say smoke
knew
without fire.
that these questions were being put and investigations were underway.
By the different people.
And let me tell you, this is where I get a little testy because, you know, we say truth and mercy go before the face of God.
Mm-hmm.
And you would desire that when these things are happening,
Mm-hmm.
they are dealt with fully, not necessarily saying in the public view. But take, for example, parliamentarians are under scrutiny today based on reports they made 4 or 5 years ago, which today's happenings have revealed that those reports contained misrepresentations, untruths, or errors, for argument's sake. What would prevent a parliamentarian who believes that as a matter of law, I should not be forced to go back? What would prevent them from taking the issue to court and getting a decision on it instead of all these things going on in the shadows? That's what makes me kind of impatient with how we do things. We're not people who honor accountability, transparency, and truth. Sometimes we hear the truth, and because we are so jaded in our own thinking, we disparage it. But rather than set in motion a process to bring clarity and definition to what we're doing, we leave it in a gray area, and it becomes a problem later down the line. Because really, if the Integrity Commission had embarked on this kind of post-event analysis and reopening of doors,
Mm-hmm.
and parliamentarians for the most part felt that
They shouldn't.
they shouldn't, deal with it definitively. If it requires a law, introduce the law. If it requires a judicial ruling, bring a case. I don't really understand the things that are just left. But see,
Yeah, but I understand
I'm
that.
of a school of thought that says, finish things. If it is an issue, work it through, bring it to a close, document what has transpired, so the next person doesn't have to go back and start from the beginning of time.
Yeah, I understand that. But you see, let us take into consideration our grandparents and some of the things that they would say to us.
My grandparents were barely literate and probably didn't write much.
Yeah, but they would say a lot of things. There was a lot of wisdom in terms of a lot of things that they would say. Like the whole thing we've spoken about the ancient boundary. Don't move them. Truth is truth. My grandmother, who is now deceased, but my mother, I'd get into some situation, and she would say to me, call me by my pet name. She would say, Junior, just tell me the truth, son. Don't need to go around the corner or thing. Just tell me the truth.
How often did she have to tell you that?
Not a lot of times, but there are on occasions when I want to get out of a situation, she would say to me, no. Just tell me the truth in terms of, tell me the truth in terms of what happened. Yeah. And I says, all right. And this is something I say to my children in terms of continuing to say to them just the truth. Let the tax or the whatever fall with. There's an expression.
Let the chips fall
where they must. Yeah. Don't start the truth, because when you speak the truth, you don't have to remember what it is that you have said. And I think that's an important principle, because the truth will always win out. And it stands by itself, so you don't have to defend it. Because, let's a gentleman and a lady in a relationship. Telling her these things and him wooing her and him going along.
Tell her how well he
do this and all. How when it come to light, she going, oh Lord, why? It's devastation. I tell her this thing, because as somebody who deals with couples in terms of therapy.
Have you had that? Where one partner says, you led me to believe so and so.
Yes.
He's a liar.
Yes. And you have to be, yes.
And you have to say, he was aspirational. He was speaking in the spirit. This is where God is taking it.
No, but just speak the truth. So we need to speak the truth. Whatever happens. And here, you remember that thing that the producer speak the truth? What it will, yeah. He who speaks the
something or other does the wrong thing.
Still, yeah, man. On the chat yesterday, somebody says, when somebody tell lie, them a thief, and thief and lie go together.
Really?
Yeah, in the chat, yeah, man.
Sound like another thing that your grandmother would say.
Lie and thief walk together. Yeah. So it is unfortunate, and as we keep saying, we are at a point in our national life that we have to face up to what we are seeing in the mirror about ourselves and make decisions as to which way we'll go.
All right. Civil Jamaica is speaking.
Yes.
The headline says Speaker must go. And a number of persons have come out. What's your position?
That you must go?
That she must go?
Of course. And I asked the producer to what he think. He spoke yesterday on it.
Yeah. Let's pull back.
Yeah, man. Step away. Step away. Step away. Step away. Step away. Step away.
And if she's unable to do it on her own, her leader should help her.
Yeah.
It's the kind thing to do. Yeah, she's placed herself in a situation of jeopardy.
Remember, she's the same lady with the garbage,
Yeah, I know. And she has the GLC breathing down her back. And I can tell you from experience that you don't like the breath of the GLC. It's not a comforting feeling.
It's not a nice feeling.
No, and but let me just update now those who are following in what civil society is saying. The Jamaica Accountability Meter portal JAM, they say, in light of the findings of the investigative report from the Integrity Commission and the ruling that this lady is to be charged, she should be removed remove herself from her duties as Speaker of the House. Now, they're saying that any report from the Integrity Commission means a person should step back from duties. They're saying in light of the findings, and the findings, the essential findings are that she lied.
Yeah.
It's not just we found an inconsistency that could not be adequately explained. They found that she knowingly deceived them in the material that she reported. And they cast a narrative which suggests that even when she had an opportunity to make the record clear, she chose to sell, transfer, whatever. She chose to hide the information even deeper in a way that makes no sense, because you can't sell car without leaving a record, a trail.
Yeah,
so it makes
do
no
that.
sense. But they say 2 months or so after she lied to them, she then transferred the car.
Yeah.
So I would have feel that when you realize that, oh my gosh, because she's gone on record again as saying, I genuinely forgot. But if you genuinely forget something and it comes to your knowledge, you know, there is lots of legal precedent that demonstrates that you need to take action, the right action, as soon as you are aware of the truth.
Come and say no. Yeah, but they bring
Apply, you know, she could
bring her
apply-
family into it, you know. That's the worst part, you know.
Yeah.
She bring her family.
Her sister saying one thing, or brother-in-law saying one thing.
We can't do that.
And so that was revealed in the narrative given by the. So Jam says, based on the findings, based on the fact that they've recommended that she's charged, because remember, there were some findings about the Prime Minister in some
constituency years ago, and they said they couldn't do
They
it.
said they would not charge.
Time gone.
As a consequence, there was no need, even though some were still making heavy weather of it, there was no need to inflict any punishment on the Prime Minister.
Yeah, but
But in this case, the findings are there, and the determination to charge her are on record. So this gatekeeper, Jam, says she should move back. Then we come to the Advocates Network and the National Integrity Action. Both of them have said immediate resignation.
Step aside.
No, not step aside. Immediately, by your own act, resign.
Okay.
Because you could step aside by saying, I'm taking a leave of absence.
From Parliament?
Yeah, you could, from her duties of as Speaker, she could be suspended, you know? But they say resign fully. Take yourself out of the picture. Not to be seen on this stage anymore for that purpose. What were you saying?
No, I was just going back to the actual report that was done. And I'm wondering which one of these is referring to her, because it says failure to honor opportunity to discharge the liability, section 43 of the integrity prosecution. I wonder if she's that person. Is that person? And then they have now illicit enrichment of the corruption investigation, 6 persons. So you investigate
6 parliamentarians and 28 public officials.
Right. So there are people there are 6 parliamentarians who are being investigated for illicit enrichment and 28 public officials.
Yeah.
And prosecution mean that they've done the investigation, so they refer it. No, so?
Yeah.
That's what it means. Failure to honor opportunity to discharge. So that's interesting.
No,
man, Conrad is there. Conrad is there.
You want to know who else is speaking? Well, you know, Earl has the time to. Yeah, Earl does. He's chatting. Yeah. The others are listening quietly. Okay, so 2 agencies says resign immediately. One says just, take her off duty. At the same time now, immediate past president of the JMEA,
Who is that?
John Mahfood. We haven't heard from Mitri.
Oh.
The immediate past president, Mr. John Mahfood, says, in the interest of transparency and good governance, the Speaker should step aside from her role as presiding officer in Parliament. Jam, also, this is Miss Minett Calder, she also says, if Prime Minister Andrew Holness is going to be consistent with his commitment to create a culture I guess, of accountability, then he should intervene. Parliamentary opposition, of course, we know their position. They walked out. They strenuously oppose her position as Speaker. They say her position as Speaker has become untenable and that she has no choice but to relinquish her position as President. As presiding officer.
A Speaker.
Yes. Julian Robinson said during an interview on Power 106 that he would not be attending the sitting of Parliament next Tuesday if Dalrymple Philibert is presiding. It is not clear whether this is the collective position of the opposition. Holness was absent from Tuesday's sitting.
He was off the island.
Holder argued. The Speaker told members of the House on Tuesday that she decided to table the Integrity Commission's report. Now, bear in mind, as Speaker, she has that authority. All right, 9 o'clock. Take our break. When we come
back, we have our guest.
We will have a guest. I don't see him in the wings.
We called it or sent and said he's.
I am sure that Pastor Percival is tracking him.
Mm-hmm.
We'll introduce him when we come back, tell you a little bit about why he's here. And then please just stay with us. We'll be right back.
Good, it's better, but nothing beats.
Half a tree, one already, 200. Ready, mama? Ready. Is this the confusion you feel when trying to work your way through medical systems in Jamaica? Try a dose of Ask Dr. Mary every Thursday at 5 to 6 p.m. Let Dr. Mary help you understand your medical problems and bring you to a calmer place.
And love more, 'cause you open up the door.
Live, camera, volume. Live it up Fridays on Bess 100 FM. 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. with I, Ibi Lion, each and every Friday, giving you the better vibes heard everywhere.
On a natural some things that watch me fly on Jamaica.
For discussions on health and education, inspiring interviews, surprise giveaways, your favorite songs, tune in to Bess 100 FM this and every Sunday at 11:30 to 12 noon. It's Distinction 411, your weekly college magazine program hosted by James and the Distinction family. Catch you on Sunday.
Bess 100 FM presents the Mature and Moving Up Show with Lascelles Butch Chen on Thursdays from 6 to 9 p.m. Welcome to this pioneering radio program on our continuing worth in our maturing years, compellingly defined to educate and liberate the younger generation. Tune in and welcome.
What should a taxi service do for you? On-Time Taxi Service is more than just a ride to the other side of town. They offer clean and spacious vehicles, reliable service, and promise to always look out for their customers. They'll come when you call and take you where you want to go on time.
From anywhere at all, you can call us at 926-3866.
We are something special on the road.
goodness, mercy. It's me again, Lord. Your restorer, your game changer. Join me every Saturday morning at 9 a.m. to 10 a.m. and Best FM 100. It's Apostle Clive Campbell, aka the Khaki Suit Man, coming to you from 8 to 12 Orange Street, also Richmond District, Mandeville. Embrace the change.
For a better choice in all your electrical supplies, A, authorized 3M dealer and better brand names. B, better service including free island-wide delivery. C, all major credit and debit cards accepted. It's ABC Electrical Sales. Shop number 8, Hagley Park Plaza, Kingston 10. Open Monday to Friday, 8 a.m. to 5 p.m. Saturday, 8 a.m. to 4 p.m. We make your electrical jobs as easy as ABC. Call 754-382-528 or fax 754-3659. ABC Electrical Sales, for a better choice.
The Morning Connection is not your usual talk show. We aim to stimulate discussion and chart new paths to self-empowerment. So please join us, Minett and Percy, on The Morning Connection, Mondays to Thursdays, 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. on Best 100 FM.
Welcome back to the Morning Connection. Been an interesting morning, but we have a guest here with us today, Mr. Ricardo Allen. Thank you for coming. Yes, you have got to talk louder still though, you know. That's fine. So I met Ricardo Allen when I went to my son's orientation at Arden, and he was a guest speaker. And when he was finished sharing his story, I stood up and I applauded him because it was significant. He's a young man, and you can see it in his face, the milk still around the corners of his mouth, as he would say. But
Does he need a napkin?
No, he don't need a napkin at all. But I was so impressed in terms of your story, and I said to Minett Lawrence, my co-host, we have to get this gentleman just to come and share his story with us, and just to find out more about him and how he has persevered and what he has accomplished in the short time that he's been on earth. But one of the things that impressed me, he says, I remember this hall very well. I said, remember this hall? He says, right here, I was baptized. I remember that you said you were baptized. Olson Hall at Arden High School, and he had fond memories of a lady. Who was that lady?
Mrs. Spinner took me in.
She took you in
from the church and sent me to school.
She took you in from the church and sent you to school. Okay.
She taught me how to learn and how to study. A good environment. It was a little different, than what I was used to, Augustone. But she really taught me something very valuable that came through the church.
Okay. So the church have some good thing, Minett.
Know that.
Yes.
But I'm curious now. We have Ricardo at the table. How are you? You have to pull yourself away from big things to be here this morning.
The big things aren't a problem now, just going through some significant losses.
Yes.
Over the past year, yeah.
On the personal side.
Yeah, so that's the biggest thing I'm treating.
Oh, so now you're old enough to mourn.
Yeah, and it's not fun.
It's not fun.
It's not fun. You get older, I feel like the probability of that increases.
Well, your bio says that you have an innate love for mathematics.
Oh, yes.
So I'm sure you've calculated it. That's a fine point. But, since the church is there to you, know that we God has placed eternity in our hearts.
Yeah.
So we know that we're only here for a time.
Yeah.
What was it like for you, the early years? Because Pastor was so impressed.
Yeah,
You told your story. Which parish were you born in? Can we start?
Trelawney.
Yeah,
I was born in Rio Bueno. I don't know if you know Rio Bueno.
No, I
the
know
highway kind of bypassed.
Lormas to Rio Bueno, yeah.
Where's Lormas?
Well, you see, do you know that Trelawney shares a border with St. Anne?
Yeah.
At the back in some hilly country parts.
Yeah.
Lormas is in that space.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
So I grew up in Jacksontown.
Is that Jacksontown close to Westwood?
Yes.
Okay.
So Stewart Town is where Westwood is at. Jacksontown and then Clarkstown, then Duncans, then Falmouth.
Yeah.
But yeah, I grew up in
So then
Trelawney.
from Rio Bueno to Augustown.
Yeah, I mean,
who brought you?
Well, Rio Bueno. I think we should start at Rio Bueno.
Yeah.
I was probably about 8, 6 or 7. My aunt, I had an aunt in Kingston, who was very close to my mom. They grew up together, and she would oftentimes kind of bring us food and stuff, from Kingston, from town, and then you look forward to her and things. And the school was writing to her, sharing how good I was at school. Writing to my mom, and my mom would share
it with her sister.
And it was, I remember in grade 3, I spelled some word, I don't remember the word, but they allowed me to skip a grade because they thought I was too advanced.
That word.
Yeah, spelling the word, I was doing math, I was operating at a very high level. That's what they said. Now, keep in mind, I didn't have all the books and all the things and so on, but I just really loved counting, like math, like numbers, right? And they sent her a letter, and my aunt saw it. She came to look for us, and she took me up. My father at the time.
So that's how you got to Augustown?
Yeah. That's how I got to Augustown. So she took me up. We packed up the vehicle. She said she's not leaving me now. Why she said that was when she came to Rio Bueno at the time. I was in a tree. It was a Sunday afternoon, and I was eating guineps. That was my dinner. My mother, she was pregnant, and she was over a coal stove. And she just started crying, being all emotional.
Are you in your?
I'm the first.
Oh.
As the first, so
first sign of her strength.
Yeah.
And your dad? Where's your dad in this?
Well, I mean, I don't know now, but I only know one father now, and he just passed. But my biological father, I'm not sure where he is or what he's doing.
So you don't have a memory of growing up with mother and father in one home?
I do for 7 years, and shortly after that, so. Again, when she took me, my biological father, was at the cricket pitch, playing cricket. He was very mad when she took me. But she took me...
Were you first child for your dad also?
Yeah. No, I'm the second, because I had a half-sister.
But first son?
Yeah. So she took me. She took me up to Kingston. I already was very unhappy about that, and I'd imagine now as a father, I understand why he would be. But, ultimately he was okay with it. It was for a better life.
It was to give you opportunity.
And she just could not bear seeing my mother being stressed, being abused, we struggling. I didn't have food. I didn't have something.
When you say abuse,
Physically abused.
Physically abused by your dad?
Yeah. I mean,
Were they young parents? Because it sounds like they're young people.
Perhaps in the 30s. Perhaps in the 30s. My memory, I was 7 years old. My mommy had me at 18, so she was probably about 25. He was probably about 30. So it was.
So now that you're a little older yourself, married with your children,
right.
A young woman of 18 with her first child. They were young parents.
Very young. Apparently met her in a grocery store and so on. But the point is that we were living there. We were struggling. I was walking barefooted to school most days. And she just couldn't endure it, my aunt. So she took me to Kingston, Aunt Sandra. No, she didn't have a lot of money. She was working of course, love her to death, man. And thank God she's still alive.
Yeah.
She was working at Mother's as a teller, as a cashier.
Yeah.
So she didn't have a lot of money, but she didn't have any kids and so on. So she took me bought my first sneakers. Came to town, lived with she and my grandmother, spent time in between. My grandmother lived in Augustown, she lived elsewhere.
This is what, your maternal grandmother?
My maternal grandmother. And I mean, that's kind of how everything kind of started. Now, interestingly, when I came to Kingston the first time, I witnessed a murder. And I didn't see somebody shooting someone, but I saw the result of it, right? And you can imagine a 7-year-old coming and seeing that. That was Augustown, and they pulled us out of the vehicle, threw the man in and rushed him to hospital. That was my first
introduction
to Kingston. And
the most you'd have seen in Rebena is like an animal slaughter.
I didn't even see that. Well, you're right. We saw goats being slaughtered. We saw goats,
and the occasional chicken.
Yeah, I never seen a man getting killed and none of that. Blood. So when I came here, it was an eye opener.
Rough beginning.
Yeah, I came in April, and I didn't get into school until September.
So you had a little time to learn the community?
Yeah, a little. But when I did my diagnostic test in Kingston, I failed. I failed the diagnostic. I don't know if I failed, but
I conducted that test.
Georgia Lee Primary. I didn't fail it. They gave me remember I skipped a grade.
Right.
So they gave me a diagnostic test for the grade that they put me in, that, not the grade that I was supposed to be in, the grade higher up. So I didn't do as well.
Yeah.
And they put me back to the grade I was supposed to be in, right? 3 grade.
Was that a blessing or a...
Well, you know what? At the time, I was annoyed because, I was very enthusiastic, man, bright, this and that. But then, they put me back 3 grade, 4 streams down, right? So it's, GHPRS, that was George Lee Primary School. I was in, I believe, S and so on. Anyway, I came first. So I was now in Kingston.
The land of the blind.
Right. So
one-eyed man became king.
What that taught me was there's such a disparity between, at the time, certainly that has improved, but more to be solved. It taught me that there's a disparity between what we do here and what we do in some of the rural areas, right? Schools and so on. So
huge disparity.
But it did not change the fact that I was a blessed child with counting and math. And so put me in an environment, give me information, I'm gonna consume it, and I'm gonna think. Yeah, so I came first. I moved to the other grade. I came first. I came all the way up, graduated, passed for Jamaica College, and which was a school I wanted to go. It was close to Augustown.
So in all this time, you are the kid from country who is living in the city, not necessarily the best part of the city, but very different from your rural. Are you going back and forth? Are you transferring?
Yeah, that's a very good. Yeah, I did. I spent holidays in the country.
With your mom. Yeah.
I spent holiday in the country, and I remember my mom told my aunt that I am asking her for Milo, things that I'm now exposed to that I never knew before. Mommy said, she felt bad because she couldn't provide it, and my aunt gave me a lecture. She says, when you go to Rome, do what the Romans do, and don't ask your mom for these things.
Can I ask you, is there any change that you could say, this changed in my mom's home because I came back different? I mean, even now looking deep down, did you impact that environment at all?
I don't think I did. I think I made it less stressful for her. Because she could not find, she could not afford to give us the life that she really wanted to. I also went back to see at the time when I went back, she had left my father, my biological father. I'm going to differentiate between biological and son. because there's a guy who I refer to as my father who is not my biological father. But when we went back, she had broken up with him, and the guy was lay-waiting her in the bushes, trying to kill her, cut off her ears, part of her ears one time.
So she was attacked.
Many times, man, and I saw that, I saw that. It made me very angry and so on. So I was just happy that she was out of that household. I was very concerned for my siblings. They were there. I had two, my brother and a sister. My brother was 6 years younger than I was, and my sister was 7 years younger than I was. So I left them there. So remarkably, when I left, I was worried about them and my mother, like what would happen, because as a first child.
How old are you at this
time? You were at 7, 8 years old?
7, 8.
Wow.
So, yeah, as a first child, you have an incredible responsibility.
You feel it.
To protect. I'm not sure why it happens. I can't explain it scientifically, but there's an innate instinctive reaction to protect your mom and to lead from the front. Nobody taught me this, but I learned it. I don't know how I learned it. I can't explain it.
So even now, does your mother sort of pour into you any of her expectations? Like, you're my first son, I want you to be a man, I want you to go out, and does she communicate that way with you?
No, first of all, last year I lost her.
Okay.
In December last year in a car accident on Christmas Day.
Yeah.
So she's not here, but I can tell you that, when not all parents know and understand how to communicate.
Yeah.
And that's okay.
Yeah.
She communicated, however, in a way that you understood. She communicated love. So for example, she would hug us, and if we're hungry together. I remember when she was pregnant, I took the bus barefooted with her to St. Anne's Bay from Rio Bueno, and I would just not allow her to go on the bus by herself, because we used to beg rides from Trelawney to Kingston on the buses. If she needs to come up and do anything. So those are the memories I have, and my life dream was to make it better for her. Like that's my, I tell people that's my
motivation.
That was my only motivation in life, really. So
how much did you accomplish? How far did you go with that dream? Because
you know what,
I'll say something to you even before you answer. Because I have country roots as well, and you grow up and you look, and from you can have a dream, you're looking at the things you would change one day.
Yeah.
Whatever you do to the best of your ability is enough. What did you do that you could say, now, memory of my mother?
I think, so there are two ways to look at this, right?
Yes.
There's the end view, meaning what will we do in the end?
Yes.
What's that ultimate thing I want to do?
Yeah.
And there's a next view of things that you did along the way.
Along the way, yes.
I think that my approach was a little split in the middle. There are things I really wanted to do at the end, but there are things we did in the middle. So for example, I was awarded a Fulbright scholarship in 2013. My mother was ill.
Yeah.
I wrote to the U.S. Embassy that I cannot take the scholarship because I need to take care of her.
Right.
So
you deferred it, or you
I tried to defer it. They wouldn't
allow it.
So I gave it up.
You gave it up.
And it was that I had a little business that I was trying as well, the tutoring, but I could do it if I go overseas. But the real thing was that my mother was gravely ill.
And you needed to.
She had an overactive thyroid, and I decided to stay and look after her. Got her help, got her the help that she needed, and so on. So I think that was like the first thing. And then before that too, while studying at Truro, I was in my third year, and I stopped everything that I was doing in school. I was juggling really, and I built her a house. I didn't have the money to build a house, so I had to get support from people like, the McConnells, people who I knew, JC old boys.
In other words, you humbled yourself and you got it done.
Yeah, and I took off from school. My lecturers were looking for me. I used to go to classes, my colleagues would remember, with paint on my skin, on my face, because
you were working on
I was a plumber, I was painting, and so it was third year UWI, in the most difficult degree you could do at UWI, which is actuarial. So, the point is that along the way, I have ensured or tried to ensure that my mom was okay. And then ultimately, you know, after the Fulbright thing, I promised her that, Mom, the decision I'm making now, it doesn't seem like the right one. But I can tell you that if I create this company called One-on-One, we're gonna now be better off in a few years. That's, you know, I started the company, I raised money and so on. And last year, you know, we listed the company for $2 billion, and she was so happy about that. She screamed, yeah, man, she screamed and so on. So we were no things happen along the way. But you know, one message she sent me last October was, "Son, thanks for saving my life." You know, and she says, "I'm now a nurse. I'm now gonna be buying my house." Her life's dream was to be a nurse.
So your mom actually went and I know.
Well, she went overseas
and she trained and.
Yeah, so after she got ill, I managed to get her a visa so that my family members could help her. Right. Because I couldn't do it all by myself, so she would go back and forth.
So when you say my family members,
like my grandmother and my aunt,
through her bloodline.
Yeah.
Okay.
And you know, they would support me and things. So she was going back and forth and things. But the point is that she just wanted to help her kids, you know, like it was very stressful not being able to afford for your kids. You can imagine what that is, right? Like, you know, it must have been painful. So, you know, she wanted that, and I gave her the opportunity to really just go back and forth, and she was getting the help overseas here and so on. But importantly, she became a nurse. She got married. She became a U.S. citizen. She sent me last November. Today's son, I became a U.S. citizen.
Was she died in the U.S. or she came
in the U.S.?
Oh.
On Christmas Day last year. This is when I felt things were
settling now.
She was now realizing her life's dream.
Yeah.
And that's the part that hurts me the most. You know what I mean?
Why are you carrying a sense that having made all these significant accomplishments, she hadn't realized her life's dream? I mean.
Yeah, I think it's
why?
I don't know.
When she did it.
She became a nurse.
Yeah, well, that's what people are telling me. They're telling me, so I'm trying to process it. But in my mind, because remember, I gave two examples. I said there's the end view,
yes,
and then the things you do along the way.
Right.
I feel like, yes, I have accomplished things along the way, but we didn't get the chance to lay down and said, remember when we used to take bus together? We never get that chance.
Okay.
Because we were busy in the living and trying to, you know, kind of get there. Oh, Mom, you became a nurse. Fantastic. You know, what's next? And we're still trying to get there. So we didn't get that chance to now step away from it all, look back. So, you know, when we used to take bus together barefooted, we never get that.
All right. So now you've created One-on-One. What of the dream for that company comes out of your mother's story and your own journey? What are you?
Yeah, well, I created it just because, you know, I did not want another child to have the difficulties that I endured as a young man.
So not everybody would have. But what's your aunt's name? Auntie Sandra.
Auntie Sandra.
Yeah.
No, I don't think everybody is willing to do what I have done. You know, you have to understand. I have done quite a bit. You know, I used to be a janitor. That's my first job.
Janitor at what age?
12, 13.
13.
What
did you say? That 13 or
30?
13. He's 32.
Yeah, well,
I used to be a janitor at a supermarket here in Kingston. I used to wipe the floors every evening after school. The floor was red, so they used to call me Red Boot. So that was one of my jobs. I used to do framing. I used to do art. I always had a job. You know, I used to sell bottle in Ligani.
So I have to ask you this because you when you say it, it sounds like a life of hardship as opposed to a life of opportunity. Because you know, coming from country, that there are many able-bodied youngsters who could take a job after school and be greatly blessed by what it means for their well-being, but those opportunities don't even exist. So,
yeah,
what is it in the memory of it that
I think
cause you to look at it as something that.
Well, I don't know if opportunities don't exist. I think there are few of them, and it usually comes to those who go after.
Opportunities don't exist.
In terms of
in the rural parishes where you don't have business places that could give you a little extra thing, even to pack groceries.
Oh, I get you. Okay, I understand.
It's farming and time-based activities that,
I tell you
don't
something.
give you cash as readily.
So I won a goat when I was 6.
Yeah.
From my primary school, Rainbow in all age. And I won a goat. I named him Billy. We sold him.
Yeah.
I planted melons and I sold melons.
Yeah.
When I was young. I gave my mother the first money at age 6 because I was planting melons.
Yeah.
So there's less or different opportunities, but I think the mentality.
The cycle is different.
Yeah.
I plant ginger and peas and corn.
No, it takes a little longer. But I tell you something.
Hold that thought.
It's
9:30. We'll come back with that.
Employees, not sure how to take your career to the next level? Not to worry. The Excelsior Community College has a program just for you. Enroll in one of our programs today and take advantage of our flexible classes, affordable fees, and overseas travel opportunities. WhatsApp us today at 876-536-4765. Excelsior Community College, transforming lives, nurturing global citizens.
Are you in search of genuine shocks, power steering pumps, engine mount, fender liners, strut mount, front end parts, engine parts, electrical switches, sensors, and so much more for your Honda Ridgeline vehicle? Well, look no further. Contact Mormac Auto Parts at 326-7371 or 821-5232. Remember, Mormac Auto Parts, your Honda Ridgeline new parts dealer. We're located in Kingston. Call us at 326-7371 or 821-5232 for more details.
Having trouble getting parts for your Mazda? Maljam Auto Parts is your solution. Find Maljam at the new and convenient location off Upper Waltham Park Road at 9 Kingswood Avenue. Maljam Auto Parts, with over 25 years experience, providing all Mazda parts, new and used. Call 923-4389 and 461-1786. Maljam Auto Parts, serving your Mazda needs.
What should a taxi service do for you? On-time taxi service is more than just a ride to the other side of town. They offer clean and spacious vehicles, reliable service, and promise to always look out for their customers. They'll come when you call and take you where you want to go on time.
From anywhere at all, you can call us at 926-3866.
We are something special on the road.
Do you need reliable health care? We have it!
Yes, we do! Great George Street Pharmacy. Shop number 897 Great George Street, Savannah, Lamar, Westmoreland. Opening hours, Mondays to Saturdays, 8:30 a.m. to 6 p.m. Call us at 876-603-7372 or WhatsApp us at 876-205-0499. Yes, we have reliable health care for you at Great George Street Pharmacy, Savannah, Lamar.
Veg Printers for all your printing needs. We specialize in calendars, flyers, brochures, and more. Call us today at 968-7506. That's 968-7506. Or visit us at 4 East Bloomsbury Road, off Hagley Park Road. Veg Printers, your best choice in printing.
Half a tree, one and drive, half a tree. Bossy, how you do I take taxi star?
Jano, I want to tell you, say, 2 months now, my transmission mash up, and me check everybody and can't hear nothing positive.
Yeah, hear me? You waste all that time I shop around and never call the experts. Winters Auto have them. Them have over 35 years of experience and them diagnose the problem and get back your transmission brand new. For them service excellent and efficient. Trust me, man. Yeah, hear me? Call them at 929-7040 or go to them at 106 Maxfield Avenue, Kingston 13 and talk directly to the boss. Just tell them I'm me, send you.
Wow, you big star. Yeah, man, respect my boss.
Yeah, try calling, cause trust me.
Auto Spares and Repairs, good afternoon.
What a relief.
The Morning Connection is not your usual talk show. We aim to stimulate discussion and chart new paths to self-empowerment. So please join us, Minett and Percy, on The Morning Connection, Mondays to Thursdays, 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. on BES 100 FM.
It's good, it's better, but nothing beats.
I told you it would be riveting. I told you to be riveting.
So welcome.
Yes. I told you to be riveting, and that's the more you share your story, the more impressed I am in terms of what you've done and so on. So you were sharing something with us when we went on the break.
I didn't even know what I was sharing.
All right. Well, our guest this morning is Ricardo Allen. He is the innovator and the founding heart behind one-on-one. You were just beginning to talk about one-on-one. I had asked you if in the design and mission of one-on-one, there is the DNA of your own journey with your mom, and you were explaining that you didn't want other students to suffer as you did.
Yeah, I thought, I genuinely think that God has blessed me with a mind to do math, with a strength to withhold and to stave off pressures of life. I use this term that I am bulletproof, not bulletproof, bulletproof. Because you go through so many things, and each time it makes you strong. So it's like you walk out and you're like, hit me with something, like test me kind of thing, And I feel like not everyone has that resolve for one reason or another, and neither do I hope that they have it, simply because it's painful. When I say it's painful, it's not easy. Your mind, I personally believe that I have several traumatic experiences from a child that I would not wish for no other child, right? And I feel as if that, given that I have gone through it, how I have lived my life as a child growing up, the opportunities that I created. When I say I created, meaning knock on those doors, hoping one would open. I believe that I can now package that and give it to each and every child in an affordable way. So, when I started one-on-one, it started out, to be quite honest with you, as a need to earn extra income from teaching math to students, right? And so I used to kind of go around Kingston and tutor math, but I wanted it to be super personal, meaning very personalized and individualized, because that's my hope, right? Like, a child growing up with means and resources, they can afford a tutor or a personal tutor. A child like me growing up in the country could not. We had to go based on our own agency, meaning taking control of your learning. If you want to read or if you love books, that's on you. So I think it was a combination of taking my DNA, meaning my love for math, my passion for that, my passion for problem solving, another important thing that I think kind of contributed to it was I really believe that education can actually change people's lives. Meaning, one of the things my father, and this is not my biological father, my adopted father.
So tell us now, because we might as well stop pretending he's a phantom.
Well,
the man who adopted you gave you an understanding of sonship and fatherhood. Recently died.
Yeah,
you want to call his name, or you just want to leave it in there?
Yeah, I mean, I'll leave it out there.
Just leave it there.
But personally, in 2011, I was a Fulbright scholarship candidate nominee.
Won it in 2013.
And I won the Fulbright in 2013. But while I was pursuing my academic journey, he said to me, Ricardo, you have a business. I didn't understand it. Like, I had 1,000 students coming to me for tutoring and so on, but he says, Ricardo, you have a business.
1,000 students?
About 1,000, yeah, because we had different teachers at this time. We were at Liberty Academy. We were teaching, like we were
teaching in person.
Yeah, and people were doing really well. Like, in terms of math, 95% grade 1. Like, the formula worked. Like, keep the classes small, focus on the skills of the students, report to them the weaknesses in their skills, and have them correct them. And then when they go to the exam, they breeze through. That was the formula. It was simple like that, right?
And it
still is the formula.
Yeah.
And he says to me, Ricardo, you have a business. And, I took his, I heard it, but you never hear it, right? And, when I started working, I started out at Sagicor. I did some summer jobs and stuff. I started at Sagicor. And I was preparing to be an actuary. To be an actuary, you have to complete what's called actuarial exams, just in the same way a lawyer has to do exams to become a lawyer and so on. So here I am preparing for the exams. The book is about this thick. It was very thick. I was not going to read it. I'm not someone who is big on kind of reading pages or, words on pages. I'm more like a videographic guy kind of thing. So I went online, bought these videos, prepared for the exam, results came back, got a perfect score. And here I'm thinking, no, by the way, that scholarship, that exam was paid for by Sagicor, right? So I'm preparing to become an actuary. Sagicor employs actuary. Sagicor funding my education. They sent me to school. They paid for everything, I got a scholarship, right? I went through school and so on. Now, at the time, I just use these videos to prepare for my exam. I have a Fulbright scholarship I've just won. I have 1,000 students coming to me for tutoring on a weekend. And I just found out that you can use videos to prepare for exam. Can you imagine me in 2013? I said, I'm going to start making math videos for people.
Yeah.
What about the scholarship? Well, can I keep it? No, you can't. So, all right, I'll give it up. What about...
Your mom is ill.
Yeah, my mom is ill. What about the job? Okay, well, I'll give that up too, right? And my mom, well, I get more time to take care of her. So I quit my job, gave up the scholarship, most painful letter. To this day, it still hurt. Up to last year when there was an IPO. Now I feel a little better. But up to last year,
felt like a sacrifice.
It felt not so much a sacrifice. You live every day questioning your decision.
Yeah.
Meaning, what if you fail?
Yeah.
What if you gave all of this up and this that you gave it up for don't work out? What are you going to tell mom? What are you going to tell yourself? You're now 7 years older, by the way. What's going to happen? And I kept questioning every mean of my existence, And
you should look at what Fulbright scholars are doing today.
No, that's
my comfort. The ticket to heaven.
I tell you, there are some great ones, and one of the things I say is that and I remember sharing this is that you do have people who get these opportunities and come back and help, and you have some who forget how they got it, and it's a mixed bag, right? And I love more people when they get these very few opportunities to actually come and help. But the point is that when we got that and we started the company now, that was the fuel. So it was myself, Danny Williams, John Bailey, Mikey Bernard, Douglas Orain. We came together. They were my first shareholders. And if you realize, these are older guys who cares about Jamaica, right?
I was thinking, it's not exactly your generation.
Right.
But it's a good kit to start.
No, very good kit. And we sat in a board meeting, I never forget, and I said to them, I have the Fulbright scholarship. I'm going to go, just like Mark Zuckerberg, I'm going to build the company in my dorm room at college. They said, Ricardo, lovely story. We if you go to school, man, we'll help you, man. We'll buy the books, we'll fund you, we'll give you everything you need if you go to school. But you're not going to go to school and run a business, because anything you do, you have to remain focused, you have to dedicate to it, and you have to put your work in it, kind of thing. And they said, if you choose not to, we'll also support that. I played with the decision, I made the decision to stay, build out the company, started with nothing. We listed the company for $2 billion last
Any
year.
regrets so far?
Well, not no. Not no.
Look like we can't get into it.
So one of the listeners is asking, what exactly does one-on-one do?
So we're
just describe it. We're not advertising one-on-one because you see, with a $2 billion company,
you can't get time.
Well, one-on-one provides personalized online learning for companies, individuals, and governments, right?
In certain set disciplines or in any field?
Well, we provide our technology to governments and businesses to use to train their team members. So we give them our platform and our courses that they can use to distribute training to their team members. So we have a library of 30,000 courses. Companies are using it to train their team members, and governments now, what we are doing is digitalizing education systems. So in the Bahamas now, the entire education system in the Bahamas runs on our technology, for example. We're working with Jamaica to do that very same thing in a few years, kind of thing. But that's kind of what we do.
All right. So when you come back for the paid one, I'll ask you more.
That's right. That's right.
But so right now, you innovated and you created a system that delivers educational services online in the virtual.
Yeah, in the virtuals. In fact, I must tell you.
Affordable?
No, super. In fact, in Bahamas, the government pays for it. In Jamaica, we're kind of working on various models. During COVID, so that company I started in 2013, in 2020, was able to keep all the students online in the entire country. So we turned on our platform. March is when COVID happened. We turned on our platform, made it openly accessible to everyone. Over 250,000 students were taught online during COVID.
March only?
All subjects.
Wow.
Because it's a software and a program.
Yeah, so it's an online learning platform that services different groups. So for students, it's your high school courses and so on. For companies, it's professional development courses. And for governments, it's digitalization of that education system. What do I mean? The government can sit in their office, the minister can see who is at school, who is not, who is doing well, who is not, etc., etc. So it's kind of top level thing. So that's what we've created. It's quite amazing.
Loss of privacy.
Well, I don't think so. What I'll say is that one of the things I struggled with in COVID was this thing that is so bad, which is COVID. I was benefiting so much from.
You struggled with that?
I struggled with it. Like, meaning when my company prospered during a bad thing, and I had to come to grips with the fact that I did not create one-on-one for COVID. I create one-on-one to solve a problem, and thank God I was available around COVID, because students would have had even more learning losses. And so that's how I have kind of resolved that in my head. But I can tell you and admit, I've not said this to anyone, right, that, and even my father, he had to help me through that, because I was saying, boy, it's kind of like, it's like, I'm a passion-driven guy. Whatever I do must help people, kind of thing. You know what I mean? And education does that for me. But I did not like the fact that COVID affected so many people, and I had that struggle. So that's a personal struggle I've overcome. But
the man who made body bags and made a killing during.
Yeah, it's thing. But I tell you something, right?
Yeah, all profit.
My live stream is, and to answer your question, because the question is, what has motivated me as my mother and son? I tell you this. We've just invested about $250 million in a technology I think will change education and help it. And what we're doing is that we've built a big facility right here in Kingston that will house the best teachers in the country. They're going to teach, and I'm installing in every school a 100-inch interactive panel where that teacher at the central location is going to teach it.
So the
master teacher will teach the entire.
All right. So this is a good note on which to close, because if you ever get to know me better, you'll know that my heart is still in rural Jamaica. And every time I see something deployed in the city, and I know what it would mean in the rural parts, my heart breaks a little, because I want the best to be available to any child, anywhere.
or to every child everywhere in our island. So I was going to ask you, how are you infusing what you do with that kind of energy? Because you must still see yourself being hustled out of radio.
Well, I tell you something. One of the schools we're installing in is Westwood High School. And
What about St. Hilda's?
We're doing that too.
Well,
St. Hilda's, so remember, but St. Hilda's, St. Hilda's is in the middle of Brownstone.
Yeah.
Westwood is in Bush.
Jackson.
And what I'm saying is
So you
that
get into
we're
primary schools, is it all schools or
next year is for primary school, but the money that we've invested is our money we raised on the IPO last year. We raised 350 million, and I'm investing 250 in it. Now here's the thing. Here's a vision. Ricardo Allen from Rehoboth and Trelawney should not have needed to come to Kingston to be what he is today. And what I mean by that is not just the math and the language and the physics, chemistry, biology, but just imagine an education system where I can push to high school students professional development skills that they can use immediately after high school to get a job. For example, a certification in Microsoft, a certification in digital skills, this, that, and the other. That's what now we can do through this infrastructure.
Portal.
Yeah.
All right.
Wow.
On another occasion, we can speak about no, but we can speak about how to ensure that we don't rob our children of their childhood, because all of this talk about getting vocational training into schools at an earlier date is pushing towards firing up a workforce ahead of its natural time in the evolutionary sense. And it's just the balancing, because you still want kids to run up and down, climb trees, go to the river, enjoy the freedom which we know you lose so quickly once you get into the big man.
I have a question for you.
So there's a balancing.
No, I agree. I have a question for you.
Yes.
Education 400 years ago was chief teaching an apprentice a specific skill.
You picked 400 years.
Let's, I'm just talking way back.
60 years ago?
No, but I'll tell you something. It was very specific of me preparing you for the work world. Industrialization came where we needed to mass produce people for the workforce, meaning everybody does a standard curriculum to grade 9, then you kind of specialize after that. So that was necessitated by mass producing people for the workforce and then train them at that point. Technology allows us, in my mind, to now provide education in a way that is very much specific for that apprentice to be prepared for the world that he wants to live in. So I don't want us to conflate technology with robbing someone of their own kind of desire to play and so on. I have a daughter, she's 5, I have one another, she's 8, right?
But Ricardo, already technology has invaded our lives to the point where...
No, you're absolutely right. And my wife, she bans them from all the devices. But the point is that if you use it well, if you use it well, it changes your life, my friend. That's really
let's search a little bit and see how much technology is in the DNA. But I think it's a good point to thank you. I'm glad you've shared your energy. I hope we lifted a little bit of some of what you are carrying. Leave it right here at the table. I look forward to speaking to you again, Pastor Percival. I don't know what else you want to say. We have to wrap up because we're right.
It was good. I'm glad, but we are, as we were saying, we're in the process of change. We're looking in the mirror in our country, saying what are the best things that are here, and we need to move forward, and you represent that. Thank you very much for coming.
Thank you very much.
Fresh air, man.
Thank you so much.
Right, don't disappear. We're just going to thank our listeners. See if they had a question for you before we go. Let me see what's going on here. Someone. Jackie says.
True. No child.
No child. Right. Okay. All right. Also, it's not about city first and other areas, rural or others, but after, but everyone affording equality in such opportunity. That is the dream. I'm not in Kingston really by choice. I'm in Kingston by necessity. If I try to do what I'm doing here,
I love the country.
It is what all of us aspire to keep in our lives, the freshness of the countryside. Mr. Producer, thank you so much for taking us through the morning. Listeners on air and online,
this is our weekend.
We start our weekend and we're going to enjoy some food from JD's Urban Pub. Percival, thank you very much, sir.
I am grateful.
Yeah.
I'm lifting up.
To end on. You've given us a good
diversion from the speaker must
Mama Africa, Mama Africa, am I coming home? Am I coming home? Hello, Mama Africa, how are you? I'm feeling fine, and I hope you're fine too. Hello, Mama Africa, how are you? I hope when you hear these words, your grace turn blue, grace turn blue. I'm saying these words to let you know how much I care, and I won't let go. Even though we're oceans away, you're with me day by day. Memories of you keep flashing through my mind. The very thought of you make my time. Hello, Mama Africa, how are you? I'm feeling fine, and I hope you're fine too. Hello, Mama Africa, how are you? I hope when you hear these words, your grace turn blue, grace turn blue. Don't you worry now, I won't be long. Sweet paradise, I'm coming soon. When I'm with you, I can't be wrong. If not in May, then you'll see me in June. Hello, Mama Africa, how are you? I'm feeling fine, and I hope you're fine too. Hello, Mama Africa, how are you? I hope when you hear these words, your grace turn blue, grace turn blue. The sweetest things are there to be found. The golden sunshine, the wind that blows around, the fresh vegetation which comes from the earth. Oh, Mama Africa, you make me know what life is worth. Hey, hello, Mama Africa, how are you? I'm feeling fine, and I hope you're fine too. Hello, Mama Africa, how are you? I hope when you hear these words, your grace turn blue. Life has its way of turning the gray skies blue. Oh, yeah. But sometimes the skies come tumbling down on you. But of this one thing I'm sure, Jaja never give I more than what I can bear. Sometimes the road get dark and it feels like no one cares. Friends and family, they are gone, but I will overcome, 'cause I am a champion, my brother. I'm a champion, my friend. Mama, dry your tears and move your hand from your head. Never wear a frown because Jaja not dead. Trust in every word where Selassie say. Leaning on Marcus philosophy, 'cause sometimes the skies come tumbling down on you. But of this one thing I'm sure, Jaja never but I will overcome. Cause I am a champion, my brother. I am a champion, my friend. So all when you're hungry and edge I teeth, I stand up on me own 2 feet. Me nah make no trouble, come and get rid of me. I fight it like a champion, Muhammad Ali. But that no mean I'm a go do no folly. Rasta man and a Satan little puppet dolly. Push on pon the straight and narrow like a trolley. Her goodness and mercy a follow back on me. Jaja never give up. Oh, Jaja never give up. Sometimes they put me down. Oh, friends and family they are go, but I will overcome. I am a champion, champion, my friend. Jaja never give up. To all my people out there, round the faith. Now listen what the pagans say. What old Satan say. Go on hold the faith. Go on hold the faith.
You're simply the best. Better than all the rest. Better than anyone. Anyone I ever met. You're simply the best.
Best FM 100 on your dial. Keep listening.
For a better choice in all your electrical supplies, A, authorized 3M dealer and better brand names. B, better service including free island-wide delivery. C, all major credit and debit cards accepted. It's ABC Electrical Sales. Shop number 8, Hagley Park Plaza, Kingston 10. Open Monday to Friday, 8 a.m. to 5 p.m. Saturday, 8 a.m. to 4 p.m. We make your electrical jobs as easy as ABC. Call 754-382-528 or fax 754-3659. ABC Electrical Sales, for a better choice.
Vejan Printers for all your printing needs. We specialize in calendars, flyers, brochures, and more. Call us today at 968-7506. That's 968-7506. Or visit us at 4 East Bloomsbury Road, off Hagley Park Road. Vejan Printers, your best choice in printing.
Goodness mercy, it's me again, Lord, your restorer, your game changer. Join me every Saturday morning at 9 a.m. to 10 a.m. and Best FM 100. It's Apostle Clive Campbell, aka the Khaki Suit Man, coming to you from 8 to 12 Orange Street, also Richmond District, Mandeville. Embrace the change.
Live, camera, volume. Live it up Fridays on Best 100 FM. 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. with I, Ibi Lion, each and every Friday. Giving you the better vibes, heard everywhere.
Some things that watch me fly.
Make an impact on your career. Earn real money. Get 3 to 4 local and international certification in practical nursing and early childhood education with free CXC or CAPE subjects in 6 to 12 months at Distinction College, located at 26 Hagley Park Road, Kingston, 6 Nugent Street, Spanish Town, and Ocho Rios. Earn global certificates in 3 months in geriatric nursing, phlebotomy, childcare. We have the lowest school fees around. Classes begin very soon. Call us 356-4167.
Best 100 FM is the authentic voice of Jamaica, promoting your prosperity with better vibes and better music. Let us promote your goods and services for you. Advertise with us. For more information, call our office at 876-276-8935. That's 276-8935.
Greetings. I go by the name of Miss Wire Waist. Catch me on Best 100. I will be discovering the greatness of Jamaica and Jamaicans through people, places, and things home and abroad. playing you some good music, along with interviewing artists, soundmen, producers, and Jamaicans making a difference all over the world. So catch me between the hours of 10 a.m. till 2 p.m. Monday to Thursday on BES 100 FM. One love, one love.
Stepping from across the street, smiling happily with everyone you meet.
It's good, it's better, but nothing beats.
I am grateful. I am grateful. Truly, truly grateful. Oh, what has done for me, what the Lord has done. I shall worship with my whole heart. Give praise unto your name for ages to come. I am thankful. I am thankful. Truly, yes. Truly grateful. Lord, what has done for me, what the Lord has done. I will worship, yeah. I shall worship my whole heart. Give praise unto your name for ages to come. I will worship in the morning, a constant friend, oh Lord, you've been very close to me. In my trials and times of weakness, patiently directing me in the way that I should go. When I was sick and didn't think I was gonna get well, no. You held my hand and explained your plan and told me just to wait. Years have passed now. Now I can clearly see all the pain you brought me through was for my testimony. I am thankful, yeah. I am thankful.
Okay.
Truly, truly grateful.
Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, good night. Depending where in the world you're linking us from. I go by the name of Miss Yways. This is BES 100. Giving thanks, giving praises. We've woken up this morning. We're still here. We got breath. Many, many, many thanks goes out to the morning connection. Don't forget you can catch them again tomorrow. Not tomorrow. Monday. You can't catch none of us tomorrow. Monday between the hours of 6 and 10 o'clock. So right now, just giving praises, and you know what's going to happen next. Okay, you know, Sometimes you've got something facing you and it just looks like a big, massive mountain. But you know what God does? He turns it into a molehill. So today we're talking about mountains to molehills, okay? Today's scripture, Zechariah 4, verse 7. What are you, mighty mountain? Before, forgive my pronunciation, Zerubbabel, you will become level ground. Then he will bring out the capstones to shout of God's bless it. God bless it. God put a dream in Zerubbabel's to build the destroyed temple in Jerusalem, but people were against him and got a decree from Persian king that forced him to stop. For years it looked like it would never happen. But when he heard the prophecy in today's scripture, he was saying, I have this big mountain in front of me, but it's about to become a molehill. How would it happen? Other translations say by shouting grace to it. Another word for grace is favor. He was saying, yes, this obstacle is big, but I have the favor of God to overcome and finish this project. And he did not talk about his mountain. He talked to his molehill. Okay, so we've got to remember this. When faced with challenges, speak favor over them. Look at your bank account and speak favor to it. Speak favor over your health. Speak favor over your school project. Speak favor over your promotion. It is not enough to just pray about it or just believe what's going to turn the mountain into a molehill by speaking favor for it. Okay, today prayer. Father, thank you that no matter how big the mountain of obstacle is, I have your favor to overcome it. Thank you that favor is making my crooked places straight and defeating what comes against me. I will speak favor to my mountain and see them turn into molehills in Jesus' name. So remember, nothing is too big for God.
I need you, Lord, right now. Yeah. I must tell Jesus
Voice of the George Nooks.
all of my trials. I cannot bear these burdens alone.
I must tell Jesus, remember hearts for your favor.
My distressed kindly will help me. He ever loves and cares for his own. I must tell Jesus. I must tell Jesus. I cannot be. My burdens alone. I must tell Jesus. I must tell Jesus. Jesus can help me. Only Jesus alone. I must tell Jesus all of my troubles. He is a kind and compassionate friend. If I ask him, he will deliver, make all my troubles quickly and hand. I must tell Jesus. I must tell Jesus. I cannot be. I must tell Jesus.
Giving thanks and praises.
I must tell Jesus.
So we have to do it every day, every night.
Holy Jesus alone. What must I do when worldliness calls me? What must I do when tempted to sin? I must tell Jesus, and He will help me over the world, victory to win. I must tell Jesus, I must tell Jesus, I cannot breathe. No, my burdens alone. I must tell Jesus. I must tell Jesus.
Good morning, Kamaj. Morning, Leo, Bikey Coxon. I remember Kingsman and I remember O'Dane, Stony Hill crew. Big up on yourself, massive respect, okay?
Only Jesus can help me. Only Jesus alone.
Voice of the George Nooks, I must tell Jesus that one was called, okay? Giving thanks, praises. Voice of the Rupee Edwards. This one's called Standing with Jesus. Go on.
I'm standing on the promises of God. Yes, I'm standing on the promises of God. Yes, I'm standing on the promises of God. I shall never be removed. East winds are blowing, west winds are blowing, north and south winds are blowing.
Morning, Nikki. Hope each day bring you to everything being healed, okay? Massive respect to you.
'Cause I'm standing on the promises of God. Yes, Lord.
Voice of the Rupee Edwards. Standing with Jesus.
On the promises of God.
Voice of the Luciana, take things up right now. Love would make it. That's what it's called, okay?
I was always a rover, moving undercover. I never let a woman know the things I do. When I do, sometimes I'll be true to you. Next time I'm just passing through. But right now I'm feeling deja vu. 'Cause your love.
You know what? I grabbed the wrong one, so you're not having this. I can play that for you later on.
Praise
can free you from your burden and cleanse you of your sin. Just open your heart, let joy and peace within. He's the lily of the valley, he's the bright and morning star. Jesus can save you wherever you are. Now if man would call on his name and be humble, only he can set you free. No more living in captivity. Jesus is the King of Kings, my shield in the time of war. He can do just anything, my Savior, my superstar. Take the name of Jesus with you, child of sorrow and of woe. There is much more for you to know. He will joy and comfort give you, child of sorrow and of woe. Don't you know? Angels in heaven adore him, he's worthy to be praised. And there are some people who fight him, it's the ending of their days. Now I can feel his spirit moving. He has touched me in my soul. The love of God is more precious than gold. And as for me and my house, we will praise him. He is worthy to be praised. Don't you know? Don't you know? He can free you from your burden and cleanse you of your sin. Just open your heart and let joy and peace within. Take the name of Jesus with you, child of sorrow and of woe. Don't you know, don't you know, he will joy and comfort give you. Now, now, child of sorrow and of woe. Don't you know, don't you know, he's the lily of the valley, he's a bright and morning star. Jesus can save you wherever you are. Jesus is the King of Kings, he's my shield in a time of war. He can do just anything, my Savior, my superstar. Angels in heaven adore him, he's worthy to be.
Okay, Morgan Heritage comes up right now. Take up your cross. That's what this one's called.
With a voice much louder than a rolling thunder, and his presence causing the earth to tremble. Yeah. Standing in his glory, commanding all mankind be still. He said, hear my voice and do my will. Take up your cross and walk with me. So said this man from Galilee. He said, I'll be there, so have no fear. He said, I'll be there, so have no fear.
He said he gave up his life so we can be saved and live in the Father's everlasting light as he did.
Take up your cross and walk with me. So said this man from Galilee. His voice
Take up your cross. Voices of the Morgan Heritage. May I tell you?
and mountain, saying I'll be there, so have no fear.
Got to send a shout out to Fitzroy Scoffrey, listening in a place called East Dulwich. That's in London, okay? Big up yourself, Fitzroy. Massive respect goes out to you.
Commanding all mankind be still. He said,
Morning Priest, morning Nene. Bikey Coxon. Josanne, big up yourself.
I saw his light from over yonder. It humbled me within. Oh, it humbled me within.
See the Son of Man with a voice much louder than rolling thunder.
Rolling, rolling.
And his presence causing the earth to tremble. Standing in his glory, commanding all mankind to be still.
Be still.
And to hear his voice and do his will. And take up your cross and walk with me. So said this man from Galilee. He said, take up your cross.
Voices of the Morgan Heritage. Okay, take up your cross. Here we go. Got another one. You know, we're doing everything and we're blessing up the airwaves this early morning. Love is the answer.
Don't make the devil ride you like him cycle. Listen to me, people. Don't make the devil drive you like him vehicle. Don't you fuss and fight in front of the children, because they live what they learn. Show them when to play, show them when to work, to teach them that is your concern. All I see, money grabbers have no time to teach. All I see, no, them are people, money is them must be. Ah, no, them are people, money is them must be. Love is the answer. Love is the Almighty. Some say Yahweh, well, Mount Zion of the longest history. Love is the answer. Love is the Almighty. Some say Yahweh, well, Mount Zion of the longest history. All the up and the down and the in and the out. If I want bread, you better share it. Unity, strength, it's stronger than steel fence. Jaja love, you cannot compare it. Don't even try. There is no man without mercy. Don't even try. Alpha and Amigo, why you give life to me? Ah, yeah. Alpha and Amigo, why them give life to me? Love is the answer. Love is the Almighty. Some say Yahweh, well, Mount Zion of the longest history. Love is the answer. Love is the Almighty. Some say Yahweh, well, Mount Zion of the longest history. Ah, boy. Foundation of land and sea.
Love is the answer.
Foundation of you and me. Don't you fuss and fight in front of the children, because they live what they learn. Show them when to play, show them when to work, to teach them that is your concern. All I see, money grabbers have no time to teach. All I see.
Wanna go into a virgin excursion in this? We're trying a thing. So,
Ah, no. Them are people, money is them are deep.
Yeah, yeah. This is Allison Hines, the Soca Queen, representing all the way from Barbados, saying, you know what? Only the best is good enough. Big Big up to Bess FM. Yeah.
Our world is changing rapidly, and our most valuable resource will be our teachers. They are the key to preparing us for the future. The government of Jamaica is investing in education, teachers through scholarships in the field of STEM studies, science, technology, engineering, and mathematics. Apply for a STEM scholarship for the opportunity to get qualified to pursue a rewarding career as a STEM teacher. Find out more at www.mof.gov.jm/scholarships. Sign up for a STEM scholarship today. Conditions apply.
Praise the Lord, praise the Lord. God is good. This is already pastor and friend, Reverend Simon Peter Jones, inviting you, my friends, to listen every Tuesday evening on Best 100 FM at 7:30 p.m. for the program, The Voice of Hope, as we extend hope to the hopeless in this dying world. God is good. Be encouraged. Hope is in the Lord.
Veteran Printers for all your printing needs. We specialize in calendars, flyers, brochures, and more. Call us today at 968-7506. That's 968-7506. Or visit us at 4 East Bloomsbury Road, off Hagley Park Road. Veteran Printers, your best choice in printing.
Half a tree, one and drive, half a tree. Bossy, how you do I take taxi star?
Jano, I want to tell you, say, at 2 months now, my transmission mash up, and me check everybody and can't hear nothing positive.
Yeah, hear me? Yeah, waste all that time I shop around and never call the experts. Winters Auto have them. Them have over 35 years of experience and them diagnose the problem and get back your transmission brand new. For them service excellent and efficient. Trust me, man. Yeah, hear me? Call them at 929-7040 or go to them at 106 Maxfield Avenue, Kingston 13 and talk directly to the boss. Just tell them I'm me, send you.
Wow, you big star. Yeah, man, respect my boss.
I try and call cause trust me.
Waiters Auto Spares and Repairs, good afternoon.
Ah, what a relief.
Make me your radio and turn me up when you feel low. This melody was meant for you. Sing along to my stereo.
Hey, my listening crew. This is your late afternoon companion to Chikaloo on your 100 FM dial. Make sure you tune in and turn up every Tuesdays from 5 until 7 p.m. for OTAWTL. That is on the ear with me, yours truly. A program that will leave you inspired, entertained, and informed. With party giveaways each week. Street Link, where we go in the streets to find out from the people what is hot and what is not, and so much more. And guess what? You can now voice your birthday shout-outs on our WhatsApp line at 876-438-9442, and we'll play them live on air. So what are you waiting for? Turn up Tuesdays from 5 to 7 p.m. right here on Best 100 FM, the station that is sizzling every day.
Greetings, massive. This is your Freddie McGregor, and you're tuned into Best FM 100.5 at the station we control and lock the whole nation. Best FM, a Fimi FM, the best FM.
To the Most High, please. Zion culture we are give ya. We no want no family fish stray ya. Israel's tradition we are give ya. We no want no family fish stray ya. Zion culture we are give ya. We no want no family fish stray ya. Israel's tradition we are give ya. We no want no family fish stray ya. Man is head of the host, just like Christ is head of the church. But still we must take instruction from the laws of the king, the commandments, laws of judge, yeah. Keep the Sabbath holy, my brother man. Keep the liberty clean amongst the sister dance. Rise up early and give Jah glory. Together as one family. Father and mother and brother and sister, I say, let us
morning once again, Shabba.
Yeah. Father and mother and brother and sister, I say, Israel's tradition will never lead us.
Also, the man like Static, big up on yourself, massive respect all the time. Katie, not forgetting you.
Israel's tradition we are give ya. We no want no family fish stray ya. Zion culture we are give ya. We no want no family fish stray ya. Israel's tradition we are give ya.
up to us to keep it strong, yard, and keep the youths them firm in the teachings they've learned. Shine.
Good morning, Roshan. Hope you're good. Definitely coming your sides over the weekend, so I'll pop in and see you. Well, hopefully tomorrow. Massive respect, massive love. Keep safe at work, my friend.
To the youths them now, Babylon them want to fight we, but we ready for the war, yo. Them want to hold us down, but yo we warriors. Them no know we be descendant of the conqueror. We come with love, cause love is the order. We there, we blaze the fire, but those that lead the youths them astray. We say have more teaching straight to Zion gates. This be the word that we say. Hey yo, hey. Zion culture we are give ya. We no want no family fish stray ya. Israel's tradition we are give ya. We no want no family fish stray ya. Zion culture we are give ya. We no want no family fish stray ya. Israel's tradition we are give ya. We no want no family fish stray. Babylon not try hard to change up we order. Change up we focus them a grass up we border. But I like yo.
Got a version excursion on this for you. Definitely we're gonna go to that right now. So here we go. Alright. That was, you had 3 in a row so far, haven't you? This is the voice of Admiral Tibbet. Call me a warrior. Go on, Mr. Tibbet. Go on, Admiral. Go on, Admiral. Sing.
War is not the answer, but if it's only war can make it better, then you have to call me a warrior. Call me a warrior. Yeah. War is not the answer, but if it's only war can make it better, then I'm gonna break down the barriers. Break down the barriers. I'm gonna break it down. You want to give me basket to carry water and take me for a fool. I won't show when me stick before me cross the river. Long time I've been playing cool. Not every day I'm gonna be the same one I used to be. You should know there must be a change after so much brutality. War is not the answer, but if it's only war can make it better, then you have to call me a warrior. Call me a warrior. Yeah. War is not the answer, but if it's only war can make it better, then I'm gonna break down the barriers. Break down the barriers. I'm gonna break it down. I will never allow their evil system to get me down. How long will I keep on running? It's time to turn around. I can't take the pressure anymore. It is nothing but a threat to my life. The only way that I can be sure, I have to stand up and fight. Yeah. No. Stand up and fight it. Yeah.
Call me a warrior, voice of the Admiral Tibbet. Me I tell you. Big up yourself, Mr. Tibbet, Ochi crew. Me I tell you.
War is not the answer, but if it's only war can make it better, then you have to call me.
Morning, Mr. Grinley. How you doing, Mrs. Grinley? Mr. and Mrs. Grinley. Big up on herself.
War is not the answer, but if it's only war can make it better, then I'm gonna break down the barriers. Break down the barriers. I'm gonna break it down. You want to give me basket to carry water and take me for a fool. I won't show when me stick before me cross the river. Long time I've been playing cool. Not every day I'm gonna be the same one I used to be. You should know there must be a change after so much brutality. War is not the answer, but if it's only war can make it better, then you have to call me a warrior.
Morning, Dwayne. Morning, Aaliyah.
Yeah.
Morning, Andrea.
War is not the answer, but if it's only war can make it better, then I'm gonna break down the barriers. Break down the barriers. I'm gonna break it
I hear you, Janice. From Hayes, Clarendon. Big up yourself, Janice. Massive respect. Yeah, yeah.
Just fight with all your might. Yeah. We have to stand up and fight it.
That was the voice of Admiral Tibby. I think I gave you 3. One more for you. Voice of the Pump Hall. Yeah, yeah. You know what? I went mad on this rhythm. I can see. Now it's either I'll take some of them out. Oh, wouldn't know which ones though. Let's just run it, okay? Voice of the Pump Hall.
Be gentle with my heart, taken from Cupid's dart. Oh yeah. Morning comes and I wake up in your arms. Feels so right, feels so right. Open my eyes and you're still sound asleep. This is really deep, really deep. Oh, have mercy on this girl. You know she belongs to you. Only you and you and you.
You know.
Please be gentle with my heart. It's
I had to give you the Pam Hall one. Defo. Mixing and blending, you know, from Hurley. Yeah, so we are gonna do it today, may I tell you.
Of all we did last night, how great you were, really great. I snuggle up closer, closer and closer to you. I didn't live like this, yeah.
Jesse, Nash, Blanche, Almond Town. I hear you. Yeah, yeah.
The clock on the wall says it's time to go to work. I feel like move. Something tells me I'm gonna be late again, yeah. Time is in a bigger trouble now. Oh, have mercy on this girl. To you and you and you and only you. Please, handle it with care. It's the only one I got. I feel you stirring, and I feel you growing too. You know what that mean? Know what that mean? You know, gonna get it on if it's even one more time. Feels so right, feels so right.
I hear you, Chris. Chris simply says, I miss Wire. Can you give Nell and Chris, who are on their way to London, a big shout out? So they're driving down the M1 motorway on their way to London from Manchester. That's over 400 miles. Be safe, my friends. Massive respect. You got Bess FM blaring out all the way down the motorway. Respect goes out to you, Chris and Nell. Big up on yourself. Nice to know you've got us and you're listening, and it's crisp and it's sharp. Yeah, go on. Voice of Mikey Spice come up right now. Walk a mile in my shoe.
Can you hear me screaming from afar? Somebody help me from this high, don't wanna fall. But if I do, would you catch me? Now take the whole thing from beginning. Press rewind and things become revealing. With all the hit fancy lights and glamour, autograph to please you, ego, yeah. You don't know what's up with me. Can't find food to feed my family. My life is like an open book. Turn a page, come take a look. Oh, walk a mile in my shoe, and you would feel what I'm feeling. From where I'm standing, things don't look too good. No, 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 no. Come and walk a mile in my shoe, and you would feel what I'm feeling. From where I'm standing, things don't look too good. No, 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 no. Gotta make a move.
Good morning to you, Elaine. Where is that from again? Newport East, Kingston. Big up yourself, Elaine. Massive respect goes out to you.
I've been mistreated oh so much. Sometimes I don't know how I carry on. You don't know, you never know. Never a sign to show. Come and walk a mile in my shoe, and you would feel what I'm feeling. From where I'm standing, things don't look too good. No, 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 no. If you walk a mile in my shoe, come walk a mile in my shoe. Not 2 mile, 3 mile, 4 mile, not 5 mile, 6 mile, 7 mile, not 8 mile, 9 mile, 10 mile. Only 1 mile, come walk a mile in my shoe. If you walk a mile in my shoe, yeah. Walk a mile in my shoe, and you would feel what I'm feeling. Where I'm standing, things don't look too good. No, 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 no. If you hear me screaming from afar, somebody help.
Going on a version excursion on this rhythm, you know that, don't you? I'm telling you.
Would you catch me? Now take the whole thing from beginning. Press rewind and things become revealing. We know the hits, fancy lights and glamour. But if you walk a mile in my shoe, you would feel what I'm feeling. Where I'm standing, things don't look too.
I hear you, Mr. Williams, and the Junction crew. Big up yourself. Errol, big up yourself. Massive respect. Okay, I know you've got it locked. Yeah, yeah. Thanks for letting me know, mate. Proper.
Only walk a mile, come and walk a mile. Yeah, yeah.
I was supposed to move it on. Okay, here we go now. Who's this? Guan Terry. Voice of the Terry Linen. No time to linger. That is so true.
No time to linger. Got to be your lover. Got what you require. Love and happiness. Give me the answer for the question I asked. No time to linger. It will surely last. You've got a crush on me, I know. Going crazy for me. Obstacles standing in your way. Won't let you be. People watching every move you make. All the steps you take. Wait as I need you, babe. Can't take a break. No time to linger. Got to be your lover. Got what you require. Love and happiness. Give me the answer for the question I asked. No time to linger. It will surely last. I love you, you know. Can't afford to let this feeling go. I'll give you my all. Answer to your every call. We could build a chemistry. Love to last for a lifetime.
Mixing and blending you from early. May I tell you, that's all you're going to be getting today. Pure mixing and blending. Voice of the Terry Linen. We started off with Mikey Spice, Walk a Mile in My Shoe. No Time to Linger. This is called Terry Linen. Who else have I got for you on this rhythm? Let me see. Freddie, what do you want to say? Voice of the Freddie McGregor. Simply call, I pray.
I'm thinking of better days, throwing all my fears away, listening to what my Father says. Oh dear Lord, I pray. Yes, the road gets rough sometimes. We must seek and we will find. Yes, there'll be some better times, but only if we try. Little things we do and things we say can change our lives in many ways. Be wise whenever we make a choice. Gotta live with them for the rest of our lives. I'm thinking of you and me, and how this world could be peace, love, and harmony. Oh dear Lord, I pray. Oh, look at me today, humble servant giving praise, thanking you for all your grace. Oh dear Lord, I pray. For your love on us, I pray today. Keep us strong in every way. Guide us with your mighty hands. Keep us free from those evil ones. Guide and protect us. Keep us strong, yeah. Oh yes, I'm thinking of better days, throwing all my fears away, listening to what my Father say. Oh dear Lord, I pray. Though the road gets rough sometimes, we must seek and we will find. Yes, there'll be much better times, only if we try. Little things we do and things we say can change our lives in many ways. Be wise whenever we make a choice.
That's why I always tell you, be careful when you open your mouth. May I tell you, be careful of what you say to people. And if you have a problem, don't bring it with you and use it on other people. Not good.
Now look at me today, humble servant giving praise.
And as I said, before you say anything, think about it in your head. If it sounds harsh, or you wouldn't like anyone saying it to you, then I'm telling you something. It doesn't give you the right to then say it to somebody else. Pure warrior cause. So it's best to either keep your mouth.
I pray every day.
Here we go. I'm gonna give you 2 more pieces on this, okay? Voice of the Richie Stevens, the sun and the moon. Go on, Richie. Sing it out.
I don't know who you are or where you're from, but girl, you really turn me on. I wanna rock your little boat from dusk till dawn, cause girl, I wanna be your man. And all I wanna do right now is get up in your head for a minute. Girl, all I'm trying to say right now, here's a lonely heart, come and take it. I bring you the sun and the moon, and even the rainbow too. I'll fulfill your fantasies, your hopes and your dreams. I'll bring you the sun and the moon, and even the rainbow too. I'll fulfill your fantasies, your hopes.
Of course, I'll send you a good morning. Big up yourself, Joe, in Falmouth. Big up yourself, Falmouth crew. Big up on ourselves. Trelawney Massive.
You will never have to worry.
So that's good morning to you, Joe. Yeah, you've got it.
I'll take it with me, girl, wherever I go. I'll never take you for a one-night stand. Girl, I'm forever gonna be your man. The sun and the moon, and even the rainbow too. I'll fulfill your fantasies, your hopes and your dreams. I'll bring you the sun and the moon, and even the rainbow too. I'll fulfill your fantasies, your hopes and your dreams. I want you to be with me, baby, can't you see? I need you here with me.
Voice of the Richie Steven, give you some early morning juggling, so we do it. This is Bess 100. I go by the name of Miss Wireways, so we do it.
I bring you the sun and the moon, and even the rainbow too. I fulfill your fantasies, your hopes and your dreams. I bring you the sun and the moon, and even the rainbow too. I fulfill your fantasies, your hopes and your dreams.
I don't know who you are or where you're from, but girl, you really turn me on.
I wanna rock your little boat from dusk till dawn, 'cause girl, I wanna be your man.
I wanna be your
and
man.
all I wanna do right now is get up in your head.
You know when you want to cut something, you don't want to cut something. As I said before, each of these tracks on this rhythm, each of these songs is someone out their favorite. So you know what? Let's just deal with it. Let it go.
Fulfill your fantasies, your hopes and your dreams. I bring you the sun and the moon, and even the rainbow too. I fulfill your fantasies, your hopes and your dreams.
Music connoisseurs, you should know what's coming up next. Defo, you should know that I can't play this rhythm without playing the next one. May I tell you, you should really know what's coming up next. You should be screaming what's coming up next right now. Go on, Mr. Max Romeo. What y'all say? Chichibod. That's why it's called the Chichibod rhythm.
Some of them a holla, some a ball.
Go on.
Some of them a holla, some a ball.
I know there's another one. I ain't put it in. You ain't getting that one this time. You'll get it next time.
Some a holla, some a ball. Some a galling, them a living in sin. Some of them a holla, some a ball. Some a cling cling, you can hear them a sing. Some of them a holla, some a ball. Now share the wealth and share it good. Some of them a holla, some a ball. Share the wealth and share it good. Some of them a holla, some a ball. Chichibado. Some of them a holla, some a ball. Chichibado. Some of them a holla, some a ball. Some a garland, you can hear them a sing. Some of them a holla, some a ball. Some a blackbird, them a walla in a mud. Some of them a holla, some a ball. Some a cling cling.
You know what's happening here, don't you? Chichibod, Max Romeo. I know. Yeah. Here we go.
Chichibado. Oh yeah. Chichibado. Some of them a holla, some a ball. Chichibado. Some of them a holla, some a ball. Some a blackbird, them a walla in a mud. Some of them a holla, some a ball. Some a garland, them a living in sin. Some of them a holla, some a ball. Some a cling cling, you can hear them a sing. Some of them a holla, some a ball. Now share the wealth and share it good. Some of them a holla, some a ball. Share the wealth and share it good. Some of them a holla, some a ball. Chichibado. Some of them a holla, some a ball. Chichibado. Some of them a holla, some a ball. Some a garland, you can hear them a sing. Some of them a holla, some a ball. Some a blackbird, them a walla in a mud. Some of them a holla, some a ball. Some a cling cling, them living in sin. Some of them a holla, some a ball. You say fi share the wealth and share it good. Some of them a holla, some a ball.
Hello, I'm Maura Alderson with the BBC News. Talks have begun in Azerbaijan between the government and an ethnic Armenian delegation from the breakaway region of Nagorno-Karabakh. They're being mediated by Russia, but as Reyhan Dmitry explains, many ethnic Armenians in the region are still worried about their future.
We're talking about the communities, ethnic Armenian communities that lived in a state of conflict and constant kind of war with Azerbaijan for nearly 3 decades. Yesterday, we saw images of thousands of people gathering outside the Russian peacekeeping headquarters in Stepanakert, looking for ways to escape. But so far, there have not been any talks about a humanitarian corridor for these people to flee their homes.
India appears to have halted visa services in Canada amid a diplomatic row between the two countries. Relations plummeted this week when Canada's Prime Minister Justin Trudeau said Indian agents may have been involved in the murder of a Canadian Sikh activist. Archana Shukla has more details.
An online visa application centre has said the Indian mission in Canada suspended visa services for Canadians until further notice, citing operational reasons. India's foreign ministry has not responded to queries about the matter. This comes a day after India advised its citizens in Canada to exercise utmost caution. Tensions flared this week when Canada said Indian agents may have been involved in the killing of a Canadian Sikh separatist leader in June near Vancouver. India has strongly denied allegations, calling it absurd. Both countries have expelled a diplomat each, likely over the case.
India's upper house of parliament is debating landmark legislation that would almost double the number of women in its lower chamber. The Women's Reservation Bill was passed almost unanimously by the lower house on Wednesday. The Polish government says it's still carrying out previously agreed deliveries of weapons and ammunition to Ukraine. The statement was issued a day after the Polish Prime Minister Mateusz Morawiecki said his country was no longer supplying arms to its neighbour. He said Poland was instead concentrating on its own defence. Sarah Rainsford has the details.
Prime Minister Mateusz Morawiecki initially said Poland would no longer transfer any weapons to Ukraine. Now a spokesman has clarified that this means no new supplies of arms or ammunition, but that vital international military aid will continue to flow to Kiev through Rzeszów in the east of Poland. Poland has been one of the loudest supporters of Ukraine ever since Russia's full-on invasion, so this is a marked change of tone. And it comes right in the midst of an election campaign, with the government battling hard for every vote. Farmers who don't want cheap Ukrainian grain here are a key constituent.
BBC News. The Spanish women's football team are on their way to Sweden after most players ended their match boycott. They'd demanded reform to the governance of the game after the incident where midfielder Jenny Hermoso was publicly kissed on the lips by the head of the National Federation. It's been reported that between 6 and 9 senior football officials have now been sacked as part of the agreement which saw the team return. The president of the Democratic Republic of Congo has called for the withdrawal of UN forces from the country to begin this year. He said they had failed in their 2-decades-long mission to bring peace. The withdrawal had been due to begin at the end of 2024, but President Felix Tshisekedi told the UN General Assembly he wanted troops to start leaving this December. One of Japan's most well-known corporations, Toshiba, has been sold to a private consortium, which will end its 74 years as a listed company. The sale is worth around $14 billion. Founded in 1875, Toshiba came to symbolise Japan's industrial prowess. It makes a range of products from electronic devices to power stations. King Charles has warmly praised what he called the indispensable relationship between France and Britain in an address to both French Houses of Parliament. Speaking in English and French, he said the two countries' partnership had been forged through shared experience. Hugh Schofield reports from Paris.
This was the first time in history a British monarch has addressed members of the two houses of the French Parliament assembled in the Senate chamber. The King used the occasion to plead for a renewal of the alliance between the two countries, which he said was more important than ever in view of the threat to European security in Ukraine and because of what he called the most existential challenge of all, that of global warming and the catastrophic destruction of nature. Let us renew the Entente Cordiale, he said, and make it an entente for sustainability.
That's the latest. BBC News.
Live from NPR News in Washington, I'm Corva Coleman. Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky is completing a visit to Capitol Hill. He's urging lawmakers to provide Ukraine with more aid to resist Russia's invasion. Later this hour, Zelensky will visit the Pentagon. This afternoon, he'll meet President Biden at the White House. Zelensky's request for aid comes as House Republicans continue to squabble over government spending. Some GOP members don't want to provide Ukraine with more help. This week, a small group of hardline Republicans torpedoed a procedural vote on a defense spending bill in the House. NPR's Deirdre Walsh says House Speaker Kevin McCarthy desperately needs votes to pass spending legislation and avoid a government shutdown.
He only has a 4-seat majority, and some of his GOP critics are threatening to bring up a vote to oust him if he works with Democrats. Right now, House Republicans are talking about passing a 1-month spending bill that attaches border security provisions to it, creates a bipartisan commission to look at the national debt, but it's unclear they even have the votes to get that through.
NPR's Deirdre Walsh reporting. The Biden administration is going to grant work permits and temporary relief from deportation to about 500,000 Venezuelans in the U.S. Leading Democrats have been demanding this. They say thousands of Venezuelan migrants would be allowed to seek work and financially support themselves. Meanwhile, the mayor of Eagle Pass, Texas, has declared a state of emergency. Several thousand migrants have crossed into the city in 2 days. From Texas Public Radio, Dan Katz tells us one Mexican train operator suspended service after migrants climbed aboard trains and several were killed.
Ferromex is the largest Mexican railroad operator. It expressed its concern for the significant presence of migrants on their rail cars, growing to more than 4,000 in several cities along their routes.
Dan Katz reporting. The police department in Baton Rouge, Louisiana, has temporarily disbanded its street crimes unit. From member station WRKF, Audrey Purcell reports the unit faces multiple allegations of brutality.
Multiple lawsuits allege civil rights violations took place in a police warehouse the Street Crimes Unit used as an off-the-books interrogation center, which they nicknamed the Brave Cave. Lawyers filed a suit alleging officers beat a man at the facility so severely the parish prison refused to take custody of him until he received emergency room treatment for his injuries. Another suit filed this week alleges a woman was subjected to an illegal strip search at the Brave Cave, then released with no criminal charges. Police Chief Murphy Paul says the unit has been disbanded until an investigation into the allegations is complete. For NPR News, I'm Aubrey Purcell in Baton Rouge.
On Wall Street, stocks are lower. The Dow Jones Industrial Average is down about 174 points. This is NPR. The chair of Fox News Corp, Rupert Murdoch, says he will step down from that role in November. Murdoch says his son Lachlan will succeed him. Murdoch, who is 92, says he will remain engaged daily with news and ideas. President Biden will unveil a new office for gun violence prevention tomorrow. As NPR's Alina Moore reports, it's a win for longtime advocates who have pushed politicians to take more action.
3 people with knowledge of the details confirmed the plan to NPR. They spoke on the condition of anonymity. The White House has declined to comment, but gun control organizers are applauding the decision, saying it signals a shift in how Democrats address gun violence. To Poe Murray, the chair of the gun control organization Newtown Action Alliance, it's a crucial next step. And, she says, moves like this could benefit Biden as he runs for re-election.
I do believe that the president is aware that this is a winning issue for him, and it is the high political ground, and obviously it's the high moral ground.
Biden's expected plan comes as gun control legislation remains stalled and unlikely in the current Congress. Elena Moore, NPR News, Washington.
The Biden administration says it will again offer a limited number of free coronavirus tests to Americans. Starting Monday, people can request 4 free tests per household. Visit this site online, covidtests.gov, to request yours. That's covidtests, plural, .gov. I'm Corva Coleman, NPR News in Washington.
Hey, it's A. Martinez here to tell you about NPR Plus. NPR Plus gives you access to sponsor-free versions of your favorite NPR podcasts, such as Up First, and even special bonus episodes from shows such as Fresh Air and Planet Money. And the best part? It all supports public media. Learn more at plus.npr.org. That's plus.npr.org.
Listen to this podcast sponsor-free on Amazon Music with a Prime membership or any podcast app by subscribing to NPR News Now Plus at plus.npr.org. That's plus.npr.org.
Mr. Bess FM. Half a tree. 100, 200. Ready, mama? Ready. Is this the confusion you feel when trying to work your way through medical systems in Jamaica? Try a dose of Ask Dr. Mary every Thursday at 5 to 6 p.m. Let Dr. Mary help you understand your medical problems and bring you to a calmer place.
Live from NPR News in Washington, I'm Lakshmi Singh. Cleanup and recovery underway in Ukraine following another deadly Russian attack
and
overnight.
The world, you want us back? We are back. The Praise and True Deliverance Ministry, led by me, the prophet Mark Stewart, right here on Best 100 FM. This and every Thursday night from 9 p.m. to 12 midnight. Yes, it's War Room Thursday. Come on out and join us, each and every one, on Best 100 FM, 100.1, 357 and 9. Come on out. Join me, the prophet, Reverend Mark Stewart, and of course, the boss shot, Apostle Marshall. Come for your healing, breakthrough, deliverance, the prayer, the miracle, the word, the testimony, and so much more. Yes, my friends, Best 100 FM, Best 100 FM, War Room Thursday, 9 p.m. to 12 midnight. Join us. We are going to lick it.
Ready for the war.
Looking to clean your vehicle super clean? 123 Clean Car Wash, located at 2 1/4 Osborne Road, Kingston 10. Entrance on Grove Road, below Tropical Battery. They wash and vacuum, undercarriage wash, engine wash, polish and compound, shampoo and detailing. Call them at 876-631-3400. 123 Clean Car Wash, the best in the business for a cleaner wash.
1, 2, 3, believe me, it's so easy. 1, 2, 3.
Discussions on health and education, inspiring interviews, surprise giveaways, your favorite songs. Tune in to Best 100 FM this and every Sunday at 11:30 to 12 noon. It's Distinction 411, your weekly college magazine program hosted by James and the Distinction family. Catch you on Sunday.
There will be days when you're too tired to move, to drive, but you think you have to because your vehicle won't wash itself, right? But no, you don't have to visit a car wash. 123 Mobile Car Wash will come straight to you. Yes, you heard right. 123 Mobile Car Wash is offering services in Kingston and St. Andrew and St. Catherine. We shampoo and detail cars, trucks, offices, and more. No job too small. Call us at 876-631-3400. 123 Mobile Car Wash. We come to you.
Vejan Printers for all your printing needs. We specialize in calendars, flyers, brochures, and more. Call us today at 968-7506. That's 968-7506. Or visit us at 4 East Bloomsbury Road, off Hagley Park Road. Vejan Printers, your best choice in printing.
The Morning Connection is not your usual talk show. We aim to stimulate discussion and chart new paths to self-empowerment. So please join us, Minett and Percy, on The Morning Connection, Mondays to Thursdays, 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. on Best 100 FM.
Make me your radio and turn me up when you feel low. This melody was meant for you. Sing along to my stereo.
Hey, my listening crew. This is your late afternoon companion to Chickaloo on your 100 FM dial. Make sure you tune in and turn up every Tuesdays from 5 until 7 p.m. for OTAWTL. That is on the ear with me, yours truly. A program that will leave you inspired, entertained, and informed. For the party giveaways each week. Street Link, where we go in the streets to find out from the people what is hot and what is not, and so much more. more. And guess what? You can now voice your birthday shout-outs on our WhatsApp line at 876-438-9442, and we'll play them live on air. So what are you waiting for? Turn up Tuesdays from 5 to 7 p.m. right here on Best 100 FM, the station that is sizzling every day.
Praise the Lord, praise the Lord. God is good. This is already pastor and friend, Reverend Simon Peter Jones, inviting you, my friends, to listen every Tuesday evening on Best 100 FM at 7:30 p.m. for the program, The Voice of Hope, as we extend hope to the hopeless in this dying world. God is good. Be encouraged. Hope is in the Lord.
Get inspired when you tune into Vent, brought to you by Via Express Couriers. This and every Wednesday at 5 p.m. on Best 100 FM. Hear from some of Jamaica's top entrepreneurs. Get updates on deals and upcoming events, tips for business, and pure vibes. Vent, a safe space for discussion. Make we chat, no man.
Best FM, locking it down, locking it down, locking it down.
Yeah, definitely found it. Went and got it. This is the one I want you to play earlier on. Love Will Make It. Voice of the Luciano. We keep this in our mind. Go on, Luci. Go on.
Asking which religion do you preach? Not that it matters, not that I care. Peace will linger in the distance as justice sees its final dawn. Not that surprising. Look where we're going. Love will make it through the night, knowing everything is right as angels come to my rescue. Oh boy, yeah. Love will make it, love, 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 love. Deceptive times are all upon us. The music's died but left us this song. Black magic and mystery. Ambitions are history. But love will make it through the night, knowing everything is alright. Come to my rescue. Come to my rescue.
It's the heritage, you know. It's not Luciano. Luci's with it is Luciano and the Morgan Heritage. Forgot they were there, you know. It's just the voice I just heard. So you got Luci alongside the Heritage. Yeah, in this one. I know you're hearing different voices and thinking, who's that? Luciano alongside the Morgan Heritage. Love Will Make It.
Peace will linger in the distance as justice sees final dawn. Now that's surprising. Look where we're going.
I hear you, Hanton, and the Bagwalk crew. Bogwalk. Okay. Big up on yourself. Massive respect. You lot must be having a right laugh out there when I try to pronounce certain things. You must be. I would be laughing at myself. Well, I am laughing at myself. So you can laugh at me, I don't care. So life is. Yeah, yeah. Or laugh with me. Auntie Hyacinth. Hope you're good. You was half asleep, half awake this morning when I left. Massive respect and love goes out to you. All right, here we go. Let's get back. Sounds like it's ready.
You gotta be a soldier.
I'm sure it's ready.
Gotta fight.
Voice of the Freddie McGregor. World keeps turning.
Do you think I'm gonna stand by and wipe the tears from my dreary eyes? If you think you got to move on, do what you gotta do and leave this alone, yeah. There's no time for moaning and groaning. We're big people, we've got to be strong. Life goes on and on and on. Leave me alone, I'm a soldier, don't you know? As the world keeps turning, got to hang on. So our lives keep changing, change for the better. And as we keep on moving, I know life must keep on grooving. You make your friend, them I tell you if you do. Like a them, I go live your life for you. You better know just where you are go do. When the attack clocks turn round on you, sometimes you want to have your own way. Next thing you know, your whole life gone astray. Take my advice and do the things that's right. Dash away the madness and make your future bright one day. As the world keeps turning, I know, yeah. So our lives keep changing, yeah. As we keep on moving, move on, yeah. Life must keep on grooving. I know. As the world keeps turning, faster and faster. So our lives keep changing, yeah. And as we keep on moving, life must keep on grooving. Groove on, yeah. Groove on. Got to be a soldier. Wake up and do the thing.
Morning, Trish. How you doing, my girl? Hope you're good. Yeah.
Judgment time. There's no time for moaning and groaning. We're big people, we've got to be strong. Life goes on and on and on. Leave me alone, I'm a soldier, don't you know? You make your friend, them I tell you what you do. Like a them, I go live your life for you. You better know just where you are go do. When the attack clocks come turn round for you, what that thing, yeah. The world keeps turning. So our lives keep changing, changing all the time, yeah. As we keep on moving, life must keep on grooving. I know that as the world keeps turning, we must move along, yeah. So our lives keep changing, changing and changing and changing. And as we keep on moving, I know, yeah, life must keep on moving.
Right, that was the voice of Freddie McGregor. Devil comes up now. It's one of those. It's just gonna be mixed and blend all the way. Go on, cry for me.
Girl, I blow on my phone all day. Says she want the dapper cause she know me don't play. She can't get enough of me. Anyway she go for me. She no really matter if I night or day. She tell me says she want to have my baby. She want me in her life, she want to be my lady. Miss a baby girl can change the line. Go and wait on your time. Enough girl out there one way. The girl them a cry for we. Everywhere we go them just a die for we. All over the world them just a ball for we. Them say them can't wait to see we again. The girl them a cry for we. Everywhere we go them just a die for we. All over the world them just a ball for we. Them say them can't wait to see we again. Yeah, me tell you this. So when the girls I'm calling me to answer, them say them love me cause I'm me and them sponsor. And them me sing all a million song for me, always they happy day. So from them see me and the girls are rolling. Girl want log on for me like a clothespin. In at them garden now me putting me O's in. Give me 6 or a dozen. The girl them a cry for we. Everywhere we go them just a die for we. All over the world them just a ball for we. Them said them can't wait to see we again. The girl them a cry for we. Everywhere we go them just a die for we. All over the world them just a ball for we.
Voice of the devil, cry for me. Yeah.
So let me tell you this, anytime we come around, the girls them always in our zone. Now ordinary thing like VIP alone. We stepping at the place like a alcohol. Yeah, the girls them love the vibes and love the energy. Said them love the vibes, them love the melody. Them more invest everything in a way. So them more request we, them no stop stress we. The girl them a cry for we. Everywhere we go, them just a die for we. All over the world, them just a ball for we. Them say them can't wait to see we again. Yeah, the girl them a cry for we. Everywhere we go, them just a die for we. All over the world, them just a ball for we. Them say them can't wait to see we again. Yeah, yeah, and the girl them ting. Yeah, and the girl them ting. Send them love the vibes and the energy. And the style where we bring.
Okay. Got Jackie Robinson coming up next. Okay, so here we go. Yeah. Have a little faith, it's called.
Have a little faith.